Chapter 778. Part 7, Chapter 53. I Have a Wife. His cousin's name was very cute, Yang Yaya. She even gave him a peace buckle. Chu Yang thought, looks like grandfather's family isn't very sophisticated. Even their names are rustic. Their naming standards are a little inferior to my teacher Meng Charon's. Like Chu Yang, Tan Tan, such good names. Yang Ruoxiong laughed. He wanted to pat Chu Yang's shoulder, but held back. He could only pat his own thigh and said in a rough voice, I don't have any treasures. I feel that silly treasures aren't as practical as purple crystals. Nephew, if your grandfather doesn't give you purple crystals, I'll give you. I'll give you as much as you want. Take these first. If you want a concubine or something, give me purple crystals directly. If it's not enough, I have more here. Everyone was dumbfounded. Concubine? There's such a straightforward uncle. This is the first time they met, and he's already prepared for his nephew to take a concubine. Yang, who gave you this name? It's a good name. Yang Bao grinned and looked at his grandson. He felt that his grandson was good in every way except for his thin and weak body. Of course, it'd be better if he could be as strong as his uncle. Thinking, he sighed regretfully. Old Chu's son isn't good enough. It looks like that's all there is to it. My teacher gave me this name, Chu Yang said carefully. What's so good about this name? You also know how good this name is? Hey, you didn't know your background at that time, right? How did your teacher know that your father's surname is Chu and your mother's surname is Yang? Master Yang was surprised. This person isn't simple. Chu Yang. Ha ha ha. Isn't it just our two clans? And his nickname is Yang. Obviously, more than half of it belongs to our Yang clan. Chu Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He finally understood what was so good about this name. This master thought that it was Yang from Yang Tree. It's Yang from Sunshine, Chu Yang corrected. Anyway, it's Yang. Yang Bao waved his hand. A sheep brought to the donkey's shed is still a sheep, not a donkey. Chu Yang was surprised. How is it? Good nephew, are you satisfied with the things I gave you? Master Yang Bao laughed out loud and looked around proudly. We're not like a certain family who is so stingy that he keeps the purple crystals in his ass and is unwilling to take them out. As he spoke, he glanced sideways at Chu Xiongqing and sneered. Chu Xiongqing turned his head away, angrily, and snorted in his heart. I just don't want to expose your background. How can our Chu clan be as rich as your Yang clan? Do you think that this old man doesn't know that your Yang clan obtained a purple crystal mine many years ago? Otherwise, where did the purple crystal jade essence come from? Taking out 500 purple crystals in one go. How extravagant. Although this is already half a year's income for our Chu family, but to your Yang family, it's just a drop in the ocean. Otherwise, how did you nurture the blood-clothed team, which is made up of emperor-level experts? Old bastard, do you really think that I'm a fool? It's because of the relationship between the two clans that I'm unwilling to publicize it for you. Otherwise, with just a word, I'll have your entire clan annihilated. Yang Bao laughed and said, now that my grandson has finally returned home, I can finally put down one of my worries. Back then, my father was only born when he was 70 years old. It could be said that he went through a lot of hardships. Cough, cough, cough. Old Mistress Yang coughed repeatedly. Everyone was stunned. What does the return of your grandson have to do with your father giving birth to you at 70 years old? But that old master is really something. He's already 70 years old, and he's still having children. Hearing the coughing, Yang Bao's tone immediately changed. Without blushing or panting, he said, that at that time, Yaya and Yang were about to be born. My father happened to get a piece of purple crystal jade essence, so he asked an expert to craft 2 jade pendants. One of them has Chu written on it, and the other has Yang written on it to represent their identities. Yang Bao turned his head. Nephew, where's your jade pendant? Chu Yang hurriedly took it out and handed it over. The girl in red beside him also took out a jade pendant and handed it over, holding the 2 jade pendants. Yang Bao was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. He said, "These are the 2 pieces, ha ha ha." Chu Yang faintly felt that something was wrong. Sure enough, he heard Yang Bao say, at that time there was also an agreement. That is, if these 2 children are both boys or girls, then it's fine. But if one is a boy and the other a girl, then they'll be husband and wife. Ha ha ha. This is really a match made in heaven. Chu Yang's head exploded with a boom. He suddenly felt dizzy. The girl in red beside him was also stunned. Then she blushed and stomped her feet. "Grandpa, what nonsense are you talking about?" Obviously, she didn't know about it beforehand. Yang Bao was overjoyed. He said, Yang, come over and see how your wife is." Yang Ruoxiong patted Chu Yang's shoulder and beamed with delight. "Nephew, quickly go and see how my daughter is. You can't call her nephew anymore. Ha ha ha, my son-in-law. Ha ha ha, my son-in-law, quickly go." Chu Yang was dumbfounded. Yang Ruolin and Chu Feiling were also stunned. The 2 remembered this at the same time. There was indeed such a thing in the past. They immediately felt that things were bad. My son is back, and I was so happy that I actually forgot about this. What should I do? Others might not know, but how could the 2 of them not know? Chu Yang's heart had already fallen in love with someone. In the lower 3 heavens, an emperor's wife had given birth, and an empress's wife was still waiting for him. This guy, here came another person who was betrothed before he was born. What was certain was that Chu Yang would never accept it. Even Wu Qianqian was so beautiful that Chu Yang didn't accept her even after spending so much time with her, let alone this cousin whom he just met for the first time. No. Before Chu Yang could decide on how to answer, Yang Ya had already said angrily with tears in her eyes, "I was still wondering why you wanted me to come. So this is the reason. How can you do this?" The little girl pouted with grievance. She was very indignant. A girl's marriage depends on the parents' orders and the matchmaker's words. It doesn't matter what you say. If I say it's okay, it's okay. Yang Ruoxiong waved his hand. Moreover, it's decided by your grandpa. It can't be changed. Yang Yaya was angry, anxious, and aggrieved. Finally, tears streamed down her face. Yang, what do you say?" Yang Bao stared at his nephew. Chu Yang touched his chin and said, "My cousin is so pretty. This is of course a good thing. But I already have a wife." "You have a wife?" Not only Yang Bao's family, but even Chu Xiongqing's family was dumbfounded when they heard this. Even Yang Ruolin and Chu Feiling felt as if they were struck by lightning. This sentence was too shocking. You. Yang Bao stared at Chu Yang and pointed at him with his finger. He was so agitated that he even trembled a little. "Then where's your wife?" He wanted to question Chu Yang, but he thought that this guy had been away for so many years. How did he know that his family had already arranged a marriage? He really couldn't be blamed. "My wife went to learn martial arts from her teacher," Chu Yang said calmly. "Left with her teacher?" Yang Ruolin was the most concerned. She said, "What's your wife's name? How does she look? Are you married?" Chu Yang's face revealed an awkward expression. He leaned close to his mother's ear and said, "Mother, this marriage can't be cancelled. Not to mention our family, even the Yi family, which is the #1 clan, can't afford to cancel this marriage." How cunning was Chu Yang! He could tell at a glance that no one else could cancel this marriage except for his mother. So he might as well work on his mother. However, he didn't lie. Ning Tianya and Bu Luqing were the younger brothers of the 2 supreme martial artists. Even the Yi family wouldn't dare to cancel this marriage. If he were to infuriate the 2 supreme beings, that would truly be a calamity for him. Besides, the younger brother of the 2 supreme martial artists. If it was the Yi family, not to mention a great beauty, even if it was a sow, they would marry her and worship her. How could there be any talk of canceling this marriage? Yang Rulin was surprised and happy. She asked in a low voice, "Whose daughter is it?" Chu Yang said mysteriously, "This matter can't be said here." Yang Rulin glanced at Chu Feilong and suddenly realized. She said, Yes, it can't be said here." As she said, she turned to Yang Bao and said, "Father, since Yang already has a wife, why don't we just drop this matter? Yaya is my favorite niece. She's the pearl of the Yang family. No matter what, she can't be a concubine." Old Master Yang Bao stroked his beard and said, "Actually, it's normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines." At one side, Yang Ruoxiong's wife approached old Mistress Yang and pleaded, "Mother-in-law." Old Mistress Yang snorted and said, "Since Yang has already found a wife, what's there for us to worry about? Old man, let's just drop this matter." Old Master Yang was still a little reluctant. He said, "I'll see if this young wife is suitable for this matter. If not, we can just cancel this marriage and marry Yaya." Chu Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry, so this matter was gently dropped. Next, the Chu family held a big banquet. Delicacies and wine were served up. Instantly, the fragrance of wine wafted from the Chu family. Yang Bao's father drank to his heart's content. Not long after, he was drunk. Old Master Yang Bao even scolded Chu Failing at first. He said that Chu Failing was a useless son-in-law, but he forgot about this matter later on. When they were drunk to their heart's content, the 2 bruised masters held each other's shoulders and were extremely intimate. They laughed and scolded each other as they drank. There was no clear winner on the battlefield, but there was a clear winner on the wine table. They were determined to get the other party drunk. Each of them pointed a finger and sealed the other's vital energy. Then they picked up the wine jar and drank. After drinking for a while, the 2 masters' stomachs were swollen like drums. They staggered and their eyes were slanted. Finally, they both collapsed with a loud bang. They were carried into sleep. At this time, the moon was already in the sky. Yang Rulin was still worried. After they were done, she called her into the room and asked about her daughter-in-law's situation. Thinking of her grandson in the lower 3 heavens, Yang Rulin was very anxious. More importantly, where are the monthly votes? Are there still recommendation votes? Chapter 779. Yang Ruolan was very melancholic and conflicted. This rascal, why is he so worrisome even though he has only been back for a few days? My little junior sister is such a good person. She even gave birth to a son for you. You actually, whose disciple is your wife? Yang Ruolan stared at her son. Ning Tianya. Chu Yang sighed. Who? Yang Ruolan was confused and didn't react. He doesn't seem to be a famous person. And Buluqing. Chu Yang continued. Ning Tianya? Who is this? Why does this name sound so familiar? Buluqing? Also, Yang Ruolan thought for a while. Then, she suddenly shouted loudly. Her eyes opened wide. Ning Tianya? Buluqing. Sure. Lower your voice. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. Yang Ruolan sat straight on the chair. Her eyes were dull, her body was stiff, and her mouth was trembling. She asked in a soft and nervous voice, Are those the 2 supreme martial artists of the legendary land? It seems to be the 2 of them. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. In the northern wastelands, the 2 supreme martial artists appeared and saw your daughter-in-law. They recognized her talent and insisted on taking her as their disciple. They almost fought over this. In the end, the 2 of them decided to take her as their disciple. Yang Ruolan's expression changed as if she had heard an incredible fairy tale. For a long time, she even forgot to breathe. This was really too shocking. My daughter-in-law is the legendary disciple of the 2 supreme martial artists, Ning Tianya and Buluqing. Moreover, she is the disciple that the 2 supreme martial artists fought over. Such an identity is definitely thousands of times more noble than the identity of a princess. No wonder my son said, We can't afford to regret this marriage. Indeed, we can't afford to regret it. Yang Ruolan also heard that the two supreme martial artists had appeared in the northern wastelands. Now that she compared it with what Chu Yang said, she immediately believed it. My son has no reason to lie to me. Then what about Tian Tian? My poor little junior sister, my poor little grandson. Yang Ruolan's heart was in a mess. Mother, what are you thinking about? Seeing Yang Ruolan in a daze, Chu Yang couldn't help but ask. No, nothing. Yang Ruolan sighed deeply and said, Yang, this girl, do you like her? Then he added, I mean, your girl who was taken away by the two great masters. Chu Yang nodded affirmatively. Mother, she's the woman I love the most in my life. So, Yang Ruolan was disappointed and frustrated. She then said, So, you didn't accept Wu Qianqian because of her? Chu Yang stared blankly for a moment. He frowned and asked suspiciously, Mother, how do you know Wu Qianqian? Only then did Yang Ruolan realize that she had misspoken. She forced a smile and said, I've heard of it, Chu Yang grunted. It seemed as if he was replying, but also seemed as if he was pondering. Yang Ruolan had a guilty conscience, so she didn't dare to continue speaking. Changing the topic, he asked, Then, how does that girl look? Chu Yang nodded heavily. Peerless talent, the fragrance of the nation. Yang Ruolan was slightly relieved. She said, How's his temper? Does she listen to you? Chu Yang slapped his chest and said, If I tell her to go east, she won't dare to go west. If I tell her to beat a dog, she won't dare to scold a chicken. Yang Ruolan laughed and said, How's her figure? Chu Yang fantasized endlessly and said, She has a good figure, a good figure. Yes, I'm talking about when Qinggu grows up, Yang Ruolan murmured. Looks like she can give birth to children. Chu Yang was stunned. After Master Yang, Bao brought his family to the Chu clan, he actually took over the place and stayed there. For a while, he didn't seem to have any intention of leaving. As a result, the Chu clan immediately became lively. Every day, the two masters' angry curses could be heard. Suddenly, they would jump into a fight. Then, the two bruised men would gather at the same table to eat, drink, get drunk, and sleep. Every day was incomparably comfortable. Chu Yang's life returned to normal. He insisted on staying at 2:00 every day. Clinic, home. The next day, when Chu Yang arrived at the clinic, there was a little tail following behind him. Chu Lu-er, who had completely gotten rid of her pain, seemed to be getting better day by day. In just these 4 to 5 days, there were obvious changes. Her face was rosy and pale, and her hair was smooth and shiny. She was no longer as dry and yellow as before. Her figure was also growing. The only thing that remained the same was her calm demeanor. She was too calm and composed. She often had a gentle smile at the corners of her mouth. When she walked, she was quiet, like an orchid in a deep valley. Not a speck of dust could be seen, but she also had her own connotation and beauty. Only in front of Chu Yang would this little girl become lively. After being intimate with her mother for a few days, the little girl started to follow Chu Yang and became a little assistant in Chu Yang's clinic for free. Normally, Divine Dr. Chu's clinic was really unsightly. It was really a waste for such a fairy-like little girl to be in there. But Chu Lur didn't care. Even when she was busy, she looked quiet and gentle. The next morning, when he arrived at the clinic and finally saw Chu Fian, Chu Yang got a shock. Fian walked with a limp. His nose was bruised and his face was swollen. He was cleaning up the mess. It was a mess inside and outside the clinic. There were broken furniture everywhere. A few medicine cabinets had long been smashed into smithereens. Chu Lu-er, who was following behind Chu Yang, couldn't help but exclaim, "Fourth uncle, what's wrong with you?" Chu Yang was instantly enraged. Looking at the situation, there must be someone who came to destroy the clinic, and it was a kind of revenge. Otherwise, it wouldn't be like this. Fourth uncle, are you okay? Chu Yang hurried forward. Chu Fian sighed and said with a face full of shame, Yang, I'm really useless. Why are you still talking about this now? Chu Yang lowered his voice and said word by word, It's the Shao clan. Chu Fian nodded and said it should be. He sighed and said, Although the other two clans also have experts who are better than your fourth uncle, I know most of them, but I don't know these people. Other than the Shao clan, there shouldn't be anyone else. Chu Yang said yes. Chu Fian said, They might come again tonight. They'll come again tonight? Chu Yang frowned. Are you sure? It turned out that when Chu Yang returned to the clan that night, Chu Fian immediately went to the Blood Payers Hall to issue a mission to collect all the purple crystals that Chu Yang handed over. When he came back that night, he found that Chu Yang hadn't returned yet. Chu Fian was worried and stayed here to look after the clan for a few days. He didn't expect that in the middle of the night, the door would suddenly be smashed open with a loud bang. Then a few masked men rushed in. Chu Fian was a fifth-stage martial emperor, but these 5 masked men were all martial emperors. He couldn't resist it all and was even caught and beaten up. These men also knew Chu Fian's identity and didn't dare to treat him too harshly. They only beat him until his face was bruised and swollen, and interrogated him about the whereabouts of the purple crystals. How could Chu Fian hand over the purple crystals when the mission had already been issued? Besides, even if he had the purple crystals, Chu Fian would rather die than surrender. The purple crystals were the hope of his niece. How could he hand them over? Seeing that they couldn't force him to hand over the purple crystals, the masked men flew into a rage. Before they left some harsh words. You have 1 day to hand over the purple crystals. If you can't do it tonight, you can wait to collect your niece's corpse. Chu Fian was beaten black and blue. Although his muscles and bones weren't injured, he still rested for half the night. He only got up in the morning. He wanted to go back to the clan to ask for help, but he couldn't make up his mind. This matter was a little embarrassing. While he was in a dilemma, Chu Yang came slowly when he entered the courtyard. Chu Yang was even more furious. Dozens of his favorite purple bamboos had also been cut off. The others weren't damaged. It seemed that the masked men couldn't find the purple crystals and left. Chu Yang frowned and said with a sullen face, Fourth uncle, there's something wrong with this matter. If the Shao clan wants the purple crystals, they shouldn't have delayed for so long, right? Why did they only take action 3 days later? Chu Fian rolled his eyes and said, 3 days later is already very fast. Otherwise, they would come knocking on your door right after you finish treating your illness and earned so many purple crystals from the Shao clan. Isn't that deliberately provoking a war with the Chu clan? Although the Shao clan is rich and powerful, the Chu clan is the local tyrant of the flat mountain ridge. It's not easy to provoke them. After 3 days of buffer, all the big clans have recovered their strength. If they do it now, all the big clans will be suspicious. Even if the Shao clan is suspicious, they won't be too suspicious. That's why they're so brazen. Chu Yang nodded and said thoughtfully, I see. His eyes flashed and he said, Fourth uncle, have a good rest. Tonight, I'll prepare a big gift for them. Chu Fian said worriedly, You? Can you do it? Chu Yang smiled and said, If I can't do it, then no one else can. He reached into his clothes and took out a small bottle. Inside it was white spring water. Fourth uncle, drink this. It's good for your injuries. Chu Fian was experienced and knowledgeable. He opened the bottle cap and exclaimed, Vitality spring water! Where did you get such a good thing from? Chu Yang smiled. Someone gave it to me in the past. I still have some left. Chu Fian held the small bottle of Vitality spring water and was reluctant to drink it. He said, My injuries are only superficial. It's okay. Let's wait for third brother to drink this spring water when he comes back. All these years he's been running around outside. He's really tired from all the internal and external troubles. Chu Yang said, I still have some here. I've already prepared it for third uncle. Chu Fian said reluctantly, then I'll drink half of it and leave the other half for your fourth aunt. Chu Yang said angrily, fourth aunt has drunk it too. Just drink it when I ask you to. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Chu Fian rolled his eyes and finally drank it. Chu Yang let Chu Fian go back to the inner room to treat his injuries. Then he cleaned up the shop. The medicine cabinet was smashed, so he simply threw it out. He instructed Chu Lu not to run around and to watch the door. Then, Chu Yang went out from the small door in the backyard. He changed his appearance and disappeared without a trace. Chapter 780. A burst of hearty laughter sounded, and Xinliang's shiny bald head appeared in front of Chu Yang. He hurriedly ran down and held Chu Yang's hands. Little brother, ha ha ha. Why did you come back in such a short time? Come, come. Let's go in and have some tea. We'll have lunch here in the morning. Let's have a good drink. As he said, he didn't wait for Chu Yang to speak and pulled Chu Yang's hands enthusiastically into the house. The eyeballs of the two law enforcement officers who were on duty at the door popped out immediately. Is this still our cold-faced and black-hearted Commander Shah? Commander Shah had always been black-faced. He was indifferent to everyone. Even if the clan masters of the three big clans came, Commander Shah would still be arrogant. Why did he act like he saw his own father when he saw this young man today? Even when the law enforcement master came last time, Commander Shah was also like this, right? Hearing the news of Chu Yang's arrival, Qin Baoshan, who had been recuperating, also came out to greet Chu Yang with a smile. He hugged Chu Yang tightly and said with a surprised tone, Brother! Ha ha ha, my little brother, you're finally here. I've missed you so much. Chu Yang had goosebumps all over his body. I've just left this place for less than a day and a night. Xinliang had already set up the tea and said smilingly, Little brother, come and sit. I'm playing chess with old Qin. This old bastard reneged on his debt after losing the game. It's really boring to play with him. Qin Baoshan said angrily, It's obviously you who stole my carriage. Chu Yang hurriedly waved his hands to interrupt their quarrel. He frowned and said worriedly, My two brothers, why are you like this? You're in such a hurry to get your medicine, and you still have the mood to play chess at home? This. Chu Yang was a little flustered and exasperated. He stamped his feet and said, This is improper. He was actually bristling with anger. Qin Baoshan and Xinliang saw that Chu Yang was really anxious for them. They looked at each other and were touched. Qin Baoshan said gently, Little brother, don't be anxious. Haha, with our status, why do we need to do it personally? It's already been arranged. Xinliang smiled and said, If the arrangement isn't good, we won't be in the mood to play chess. Chu Yang's eyes lit up. He was really surprised this time. He said, That jade, Ganoderma, and heavenly jade. You found the spiritual liquid too? Qin Baoshan nodded and said, Those two herbs are indeed hard to find, but we still have some channels. He smiled proudly and said, The jade, clover, Ganoderma, and celestial jade elixir are both heavenly treasures and earthly treasures. The two of us contacted the Medicine Valley and the Zhuge family overnight. And the Medicine Valley just so happened to have heavenly jade elixir. The Zhuge clan has been preparing for the medicine banquet all these years, and among the medicinal herbs that they have collected, there are 2 stalks of jade, clover, Ganoderma. Xinliang sighed and said, Speaking of which, the 2 of us went to buy the medicine under the name of the Law Enforcement Hall using our power and authority. The other party had to give some face to the Law Enforcement Hall, and that's why things went a little smoother. Otherwise, how many years would it take to find them on their own? I see. Chu Yang nodded and said with a relieved smile, Then I'm relieved. The 2 of you must have spent a lot of money, right? Spent money? You can't spend money. Xinliang said with some heartache, Those are all purple crystals. The jade Ganoderma was slightly better as it only cost 5,000 purple crystals. But my celestial jade elixir, those bastards from the Medicine Valley asked for 10,000 purple crystals for the spiritual liquid. No matter what, they refused to lower the price, and it was 10,000 purple crystals. All these years, I've used up all my purple crystals and borrowed 3,000 purple crystals from Old Qin. Sha Xinliang gritted his teeth and cursed the black-hearted Medicine Valley. He sighed and said, I'm already heavily in debt now. Qin Baoshan rolled his eyes at him and said, Look at what you're saying. I didn't ask you to pay me back. Besides, in front of little brother, how can you say that you've used your power to corrupt and bend the law? Little brother, you're an upright and honest person. Sha Xinliang laughed and said, It's precisely because you're not an outsider that I'll say it directly. If not, you can ask anyone else to say that the two of us only get 300 purple crystals a year. Don't tell me that we don't need them. If so, where can we get 10,000 purple crystals? Chu Yang laughed and said, You're right. Brother Qin, you're indeed overthinking. To be honest, law enforcement officers have been in charge of the heavenly continent for so many years. How many of them are not greedy? Besides, this thing is really normal. Everyone is well aware of it. Why is there a need to hide it? Not to mention that the two of you are my elder brothers. Don't tell me that I don't know the ways of the world in Brother Qin's eyes. Qin Baoshan laughed and said, It's my fault. I've said something wrong. I'll punish myself with a jar of wine later. The three of them laughed at each other, but Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat. Jade Clover Ganoderma, 5,000 purple crystals. Heavenly Jade Liquid, 10,000 purple crystals. This was much higher than the price that he had estimated. One must know that the price of the remaining poisons was definitely much higher than that of Heavenly Jade Liquid. There was still a long way to go to collect elixirs. How did the two of you contact each other so quickly? Chu Yang suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but be tongue-tied. This Medicine Valley and the Zhuge clan should be very far away. Even if it's the fastest messenger eagle, it'll also take a few days, right? Ha ha ha! Sha Xinliang laughed and patted Chu Yang's shoulder. Little brother, if we rely on that to pass the message, not to mention a few days, we might not even be able to receive it in a few months. We might even be beaten down and roasted on the way. The law enforcement hall of us law enforcement officers has branches everywhere, and they're all in contact with the big clans. At the entrance of every branch, there's a jade mandarin duck, and we rely on the jade mandarin duck to transmit messages. In this way, even if the message is sent tens of thousands of miles away, the other side will receive it in less than 2 hours. Jade mandarin duck? What's this? The world is really big and full of strange things. Chu Yang exclaimed. The more I'm with the two of you, the more I feel like a frog at the bottom of the well. I don't know anything at all. This time he was really surprised. Sha Xinliang laughed and patted himself, saying, The jade mandarin duck is a strange kind of jade, and it has its own connection. It's a strange thing in the world. Even if they're tens of thousands of miles away, there's still a connection between the two pieces of jade. As long as a few 8th stage martial saints and above are transferred to the jade mandarin duck, they'll be placed in the headquarters. The other pieces of jade will be placed in different places. When they're in use, they only need to transfer a little of their martial arts into the jade to achieve the effect of communication. He smiled slightly, saying, This thing is unique to us law enforcement officers. We all use this, and the Blood Payers Hall also uses this kind of thing. Or else, how can a message be transmitted tens of thousands of miles away within a day? Isn't that bullshit? Ha ha ha. Chu Yang was sincerely convinced this is really good stuff. Little brother, please know that our purple crystals are already in place. That is to say, the money and goods have been settled. The Jade Clover Ganoderma and Heavenly Jade Elixir are being escorted by blood payers and are on their way here. Qin Baoshan smiled and said, Our request is very urgent. Otherwise, how can we have the mood to play chess? That's really fast, Chuyang exclaimed, and then asked, but the two of you are still here. How did the purple crystals arrive? That jade, Mandarin duck, it shouldn't be possible to transfer the purple crystals over, right? Little brother, you're really naive and cute. Sha Xinliang was overjoyed. Don't the two of us have any brothers who have gone through life and death together? Let them pay for it first, and then we'll pay back the debt. This time, the blood payers are escorting the elixirs over, and the purple crystals are also being escorted back. So that's how it is. Chuyang finally came to know another secret. Mother of Mandarin ducks. This was really good stuff. Being able to transmit messages tens of thousands of miles away was much faster than anything else. If this thing was supplied to Mo Tianji in large quantities, and Mo Tianji used this thing to set up an intelligence network, how scary would that be? Chuyang secretly remembered this in his heart. The three of them chatted for a while, and Qin Baoshan saw through it. He said, "Little brother, you didn't come here today just to catch up with us, right? You have a worried look on your face. Could it be that something has troubled you?" Hearing this, Sha Xinliang also became concerned and said, "Little brother, if there's something, you can tell us directly. As long as we can do it, we'll do it." Chuyang sighed and said, "It's really hard for me to talk about this matter." "What's hard for you to talk about in front of us?" Sha Xinliang waved his hand and said, "1. Brother's matter is our matter. Don't hesitate to talk about it." Chuyang said sadly, "The two of you should also know that I'm very short of purple crystals, so I opened the purple crystals Huichan Hall." The two of them nodded repeatedly. Chuyang said, "But when I went to the medical center today, I suddenly found that my shop had been smashed into pieces. Even my fourth uncle, who was looking after the house, was seriously injured." "What?" The two of them immediately jumped up in anger. "There's actually such a lawless thing in our jurisdiction." Chuyang sighed and was disheartened. "I also didn't expect." Qin Baoshan flew into a rage. "This is too much. This is too much. Bullying my little brother is simply a slap to my face. This is intolerable." Sha Xinliang was furious. "It's also a slap to my face. What kind of bastard is so daring? I also don't know who they are. These people's cultivations are very high." Chuyang said distressfully, "And after smashing my shop last night, they said that if I came again tonight and couldn't get the purple crystals, the Chu clan would have to wait to collect my corpse." However, how could Chuyang be willing to settle things so simply? Wouldn't that be letting them off too easily? Since he wanted to stir up trouble, he naturally had to do it in a big way. These people in front of him were obviously sent by Xiao Yulong of the Xiao clan. Chuyang was just worrying about how to drag the Xiao clan into the chaos. How could he let go of such a heaven-sent opportunity? As long as the law enforcement officers fought with the Xiao clan, and it would be best if a few of them died, then no matter what the Xiao clan came for, it would be like yellow mud falling into their pants. Even if it wasn't shit, it would still be shit. Humming a tune, Divine Dr. Chu entered the purple crystals Huichan Hall. As soon as he entered, he was met with the little girl's bright and calm eyes. No customers came in this period of time, right? Chuyang touched his nose and stroked the little girl's hair with his other hand. It was soft and smooth, and felt very good to the touch. Chu Lu curled her lips and said, "Just look at your shop. Even if it wasn't smashed, no one would dare to come in." Chuyang laughed and said, "What a sharp-tongued girl." Chu Lu sniffed and immediately pouted. "Big brother, you drank again, right? What a strong smell." "Why, Lu doesn't like me to drink." Chuyang tilted his head and teased her. "Sai, I've told you long ago. Don't treat me like an ordinary child." Chu Lu frowned her thin eyebrows and sighed, saying, "Which girl doesn't hate men drinking? But I'm different." "Why are you different?" Chu Yang was also gradually getting used to it. This sister of his was indeed much more mature than other children because of the pain in her body. Hearing this, he couldn't help but ask curiously, "When men drink, there's a strong smell in their mouths. Most women love cleanliness, so disputes between husband and wife often arise because of this." Chu Lua said quietly. The way she spoke was like a quiet and mature young lady in her 20s, and not like a little girl who is only 12 years old. "But every time my father comes home, even if he's alone, he'll drink. I know that he's suffering in his heart, and he's worried about me. I can't make him not worry, and I can't resolve his worries. And every time my father drinks at home, I always cherish that time very much because he's at home after all." Chu Lua said somewhat miserably, "So, every time that time, no matter how much my head hurts, I'll lean on my father's side. For every cup he drinks, I'll pour a cup for him. I'm afraid that after pouring wine for my father this time, he'll go out to look for medicine, and I won't be able to hold on at home until he comes back. Then, I won't be able to pour wine for my father anymore. Every time my father comes home, he'll be so worried that he'll frown. But every time he sees me, every time he drinks with me in his arms, he'll smile. So every time he comes home, I'll lean into his arms. But every time he goes out, I won't send him off. Because every time he sees me, he'll be even sadder. The pressure will be even heavier." Chu Lua smiled and said, "So, I like to watch my father drink, but every time I have to pretend to be unhappy, he'll come and coax me. After coaxing me for a while, I'll smile, and then he'll smile sincerely." Chu Yang was dumbfounded. He really didn't expect and almost didn't believe that such words would come out of the mouth of a 12-year-old girl. "So, I don't dislike you drinking, big brother." Chu Lua revealed a gentle smile. She raised her head and said, "You're the same as my father. You're not someone who drinks as much as your life. Perhaps it's because you have no choice but to drink, or you drink because you can't get rid of your stress. But no matter what, if it's not because you have to drink, then it's because alcohol can reduce your psychological stress. So, it's only right for you to drink." She tilted her head and looked at Chu Yang. It was only at this moment that she showed a trace of innocence that matched her age. She said, "Big brother, in the future, if you want to drink, I'll not only pour wine for you, but also accompany you to drink." Chu Yang was stunned for a while and said, If you're not my sister, I'll definitely not bear to marry you off." Chu Lu's face turned red. She spat and said, "Big brother, you're really shameless. I'm only 12. Besides, I don't know if there's a man in this world who can catch my eye. Ha, I don't know if there's one." Chu Yang said seriously, "You're not young anymore." In his heart he thought, "Your future sister-in-law seems to be a few months younger than you." Chu Lua snorted and glared at him with her almond-shaped eyes. She said, "Big brother, if you continue to talk like this, I'll tell Lanny that you're taking liberties with me. If this little girl were to complain about him like this, divine Dr. Chu would be worse than a beast." He even took liberties with his own sister. Chu Yang's weakness was immediately grasped. He was completely defeated and raised his hands to surrender. "It's Big Brother's fault. I'll change." Chula giggled. She took a duster and carefully swept Chu Yang's body. She said considerately, "Big brother, you've drunk wine. Quickly go in and lie down for a while." Chu Yang agreed. Chu Lua continued, "I heard that wine is also called a broom to sweep away worries. If Big Brother didn't drink because of social interaction, could it be that you're feeling lovesick? Thinking of my sister-in-law?" Chu Yang glared at her and threatened, "Little girl, why don't you know how to watch your mouth? Be careful, I'll spank you." Chu Lua wasn't afraid at all. She curled her lips and said, "It's no wonder. One is trapped here, while the other is learning martial arts from a master." The pain of lovesickness is also very difficult to bear. Chu Yang glared at her. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Chu Fian took the vitality spring water and meditated until the sun set in the west. He finally recovered completely. When he got up, he saw Chu Yang drinking tea and talking with 10 masked men in black in the courtyard. Chu Fian was startled. He said, Yang, you're not the experts from the clan? Chu Yang smiled mysteriously and said, These helpers of mine are more in charge than the people from the clan. Chu Fian looked at these 10 people doubtfully. He thought, that's not right. The highest cultivation among these 10 people is about the same as mine. Chu Yang said that he'll take care of everything. Could it be that he found these 10 people? But I've clearly said that they're all martial emperors. Chu Yang alone is enough to deal with these few people in front of me. Chu Yang seemed to have seen through Chu Fian's doubts. He laughed and said, Fourth uncle, you don't have to say anything. You don't have to do anything at night. You just have to protect Lu and watch the show. What? Lu has to stay here too? Chu Fian was shocked. Chu Lu squinted her eyes and said, With fourth uncle here, I'm not afraid of anything. Chu Fian felt a headache coming on. My little ancestor, in such a battle, I can't even take care of one little ancestor. Now there's another one. Chu Lu blinked her eyes and sighed. She said, Fourth uncle, you're too careful. Big brother obviously knows the strength of the other party, but he still made such arrangements. If I said that Big Brother didn't have a plan in mind, you probably wouldn't believe it. Chu Fian suddenly realized and felt ashamed. He laughed self-mockingly and said, Siamold, I can't even see things as clearly as a 12-year-old girl. Chu Lu raised her head proudly and said, It's not your fault that you're old. It's just that there are too few geniuses like me. Chu Yang and Chu Fian were speechless. This little girl's narcissism is quite similar to my old brother's. Chu Yang thought. That night, Chu Yang booked a sumptuous banquet from a nearby hotel and drank with everyone. Chu Fian became more and more puzzled. These 10 people didn't say a word. They didn't even take off their masks when they drank and ate. They drank all the wine in their cups in silence. Chu Yang became more and more worried. He waited for a long time, but there were no new reinforcements. He sighed and thought, damn it, these 10 reinforcements are purely here to die. Although they don't dare to kill me, they shouldn't be soft-hearted to kill these 10 people. It rained heavily for 3 consecutive days. Ditches filled the river. There was a power outage 3 or 4 times yesterday. The district informed us that there would be a power maintenance inspection this afternoon. But there was no movement until now. I don't know what's going on. Could it be that they're fooling us? Chapter 782. Chapter 57. I want to report a case. I'm being wronged. While 4th Elder Chu was worrying, it was already late at night. Outside the door there was a gentle breeze. Everything was quiet. The clock had already struck the 3rd watch. Suddenly, with a bang, the door of the clinic was kicked open by someone. The broken door turned into sawdust and flew into the air. With a loud laugh, a black-clothed, masked man swaggered in. His eyes swept over everyone present. He couldn't help but be startled. Then he couldn't help but laugh. 4th Elder Chu, 4th Elder Chu, these are the reinforcements you found. Chu Fian snorted and said, Do I need a huge army to deal with people who hide their heads and show their tails? The leader smiled sinisterly. What a stubborn mouth. 4th Elder Chu, don't provoke me. Otherwise, although I won't take your life, if I accidentally cripple you, it won't be pleasant. Chu Yang snorted and said, 4th uncle, quickly go into the room behind with Lu. Chu Fian was still talking, but Chu Lu had already pulled him into the room with her short legs. Stop them, other than these few people from the Chu clan. Kill everyone else without mercy. The leader of the black-clothed men shouted. The 10 reinforcements that Chu Yang had invited roared and jumped up at the same time. They actually charged over without saying a word, as if they were mutes. One of the masked men laughed sinisterly. He unsheathed his sword and charged over just like that. To them, the 10 people in front of them were really not enough. It was just a single charge, but a few screams rang out. Among the 10 people, there were already people who were injured. Blood splattered all over the ground as they screamed and fell down. Chu Fian watched from the door and was very anxious. He was about to jump out, but was held back by Chu Luo. Since the appearance of the masked men in black, Chu Yang had been hiding in a clump of purple bamboo. At this moment, no one noticed that his expression had become cold and desolate, and his gaze was sharp and ruthless. He was ready to deal with any unexpected situation. The one standing here now was no longer Chu Yang, but the sword spirit. Chu Fian, do you want to use such trash as reinforcements? The leader of the black-clothed men shouted proudly. Although he gave the order to kill without mercy, he was afraid that this was a trap, so he didn't kill them. If there were important people inside, as long as they didn't go too far, there would still be room for negotiation. As he punched and kicked, he kept an eye on his surroundings. If there was really an ambush, humph! As long as the old ancestor of the Chu clan didn't come, the others. Even if Chu Failing came, it wouldn't be a problem for them to escape, even if they couldn't beat him. There would definitely be no traces left behind. After waiting for a long time, no one came out. The man in black laughed and said, Chu Fei Yen, do you really not want your nephew's life? At this moment, a voice with obvious anger and boundless killing intent roared, Take down these audacious bandits! His voice was like thunder. The entire night sky seemed to tremble for a moment. Chu Yang smiled inwardly. The sword spirit instantly canceled the mission and returned to the tribulation space. The black-clothed man swung his sword and took a step back. He looked up and saw that the 4 roofs of this small medical center were full of people. There were a total of 20 to 30 of them. They were tightly surrounded. Suddenly, he panicked. The cultivation of these people is not low. Where did so many experts come from in the Chu clan? Just as he was wondering, footsteps sounded from the broken door of the medical center. In the night, 2 figures walked in slowly. One of them had a long beard, while the other was bald. In the night, his beard was actually shining. Their faces were as cold as water, and their eyes were filled with killing intent. One had a long beard, while the other was bald. They were simply 2 famous trademarks in the flat mountain ridge. If they didn't know who these people were, they wouldn't be able to stay in the flat mountain ridge anymore. Oh no, we've been tricked. The leader of the black-clothed masked men suddenly changed his face. At the same time, he was extremely puzzled. Why did these 2 people appear here? And why did they come to meddle in our Shao clan's business? Sha Xinliang walked forward slowly. His eyes were cold and his face was as cold as iron. He clasped his hands behind his back and shouted, Do you still want to resist after seeing me? The leader of the black-clothed masked men sighed and said, It's Elder Sha. Since Elder Sha is here, we won't make any more trouble. Elder Sha, please be magnanimous and let us go. Let you go. Sha Xinliang sneered angrily, Then who will let you go? The leader of the black-clothed masked men thought, What's wrong? Who dares to force you? And he actually let you off the hook? He took 2 steps forward and said in a low voice, Elder Sha, I'm from the Shao clan. If Elder Sha lets me go today, the Shao clan will definitely repay you tomorrow. After a pause, he said, Since Elder Sha is here to protect us, we won't make any more trouble in the future. He thought, This isn't the first time such a thing has happened. Once these words come out, the great crisis will definitely disappear. This Sha Xinliang is usually a very tactful person, but he didn't expect that Sha Xinliang had already glared at him and scolded him partially. I don't care if you're from a small clan or a big clan. I enforce the law impartially. No one can get away with it after messing with the laws of heaven. All of you take off your masks. Everyone listen to my orders. Seal their cultivation and tie them all up. The leader of the black-clothed men was surprised and almost dropped his chin on the ground. He said confusedly, Elder Sha, what are you? Sha Xinliang scolded and slapped the leader of the black-clothed men heavily. The leader of the black-clothed men spun on the ground like a spinning top and scolded angrily, "Motherfucker! You actually want to cut off my way of life. You even want to make things difficult for the law enforcement officers. You're something that came out from the crotch of a prostitute." He snorted angrily and said, "I've sent 10 iron-plate law enforcement officers to guard here. But you actually injured one of them. You're really bold. I admire you." At this time, the 10 law enforcement officers had already stood up. They pulled down their masks and took off their black robes, revealing their law enforcement robes. It was just that their robes were stained with blood, and there were holes here and there. Obviously, they were all seriously injured. The heart of the masked men sank to the bottom of the valley. We're done for. We're really done for this time. The so-called robbery is a small matter, but killing law enforcement officers and resisting law enforcement officers are the most taboo things in the entire law enforcement organization. This was clearly a trap that had been dug beforehand. It's waiting for us to jump in. And after everything went smoothly last night, we actually jumped in so stupidly and got caught red-handed. If we resist now, we're definitely not their opponents with Sha, Xinliang, and Qin Baoshan here. And our crimes will be heavier, and we'll die in vain. The crowd didn't dare to resist anymore. They stood there honestly and dejectedly. Their cultivations were sealed and they were tied up. There was a glimmer of hope in their hearts. After all, we're from the Shao clan. Sha, Xinliang can't be so ruthless, right? After staying in the law enforcement hall for a while, we'll be brought out by the clan. At this time, Big Boss Chu jumped out and said anxiously, "Law enforcement officer, I want to report a case. I've been wronged." Upon hearing this, Fourth Master Chu, who was hiding at the door and peeping, rolled his eyelids and almost fainted. "This is obviously arranged by you. Who can't tell? And you're even acting so realistically." Sha Xinliang pretended that he didn't know Chu Yang and said righteously, "Oh, you're the boss of this medical center? What grievances do you have? Tell me in detail. I've always been impartial in enforcing the law. I'll definitely seek justice for you." Chu Yang said with grief and indignation, "Thank you, law enforcement officer. I'm just a doctor. I've made a living with my medical skills. How would I know that I've encountered such an undeserved disaster?" Wiping his snot and tears, he said, "This afternoon, I saw these 10 law enforcement officers patrolling on the streets. I was very grateful." The law enforcement officers worked hard without complaint for the peace of the world. They were really too tired. So, to express my gratitude, I specially invited them in for a cup of tea. Who knew that at this moment, an unexpected disaster would fall from the sky? He revealed a frightened expression and said, "Sir, you didn't see it. This person rushed in and destroyed the shop first. Then he destroyed all my precious medicinal herbs and even seriously injured my fourth uncle. I'm afraid that his life is in danger." I begged him bitterly, but he still couldn't stop him. The law enforcement officers went forward to stop him. But I didn't expect that these people were heartless and unscrupulous. They didn't even care about the law enforcement officers. They kept saying, "The law enforcement officers are nothing. We don't care about him." Speaking till here, that person had already widened his eyes. "When did we say that, even if you want to cheat us, you shouldn't cheat us like this?" Chu Fian's jaw dropped. "My life is in danger. I didn't even move my fingers from the beginning to the end." So, the law enforcement officers angrily took action in order to protect me. However, these evil bandits were truly deranged. They even seriously injured the law enforcement officers. If you didn't come in time, I'm afraid that these 10 law enforcement officers would have already died in the line of duty. Chu Yang said with grief and indignation. Finally, he finished speaking. "Sir Sha, this guy was just spouting nonsense. Don't believe his nonsense so easily." One of the people who were tied up said with grievance, "There's no such thing. Sir, you should know what's right and what's wrong. Even if he invited the law enforcement officers in to drink tea, how could he drink till midnight?" And Qin Baoshan shouted and stepped forward. He swung his arm and gave a heavy slap on the face. The person who was speaking raised his head and spat out a mouthful of blood. He screamed miserably, and all his teeth were knocked onto the ground. Looking at the shape of his face, it was deflated directly. Qin Baoshan then shouted angrily, "The law enforcement officers are investigating the case. All of you shut up. Whoever dares to speak rashly will be killed without mercy." The rest of the people were shocked by this violent method, and they felt that something was wrong. At this time, Sha Xinliang turned his head and said, "Book, have you recorded the case that Boss Chu reported this time?" Chu Yang almost laughed out. This guy actually brought a book with him when he came out to handle a case. He's really well prepared. I want monthly votes. I want recommendation votes. I want monthly votes. I want recommendation votes. I want evaluation votes. Chapter 783. Behind Sha Xinliang, a young man was holding a pen and paper and was writing furiously. Obviously, it was Shu. He said respectfully, "Commander, I've recorded everything. This is a major case." Sha Xinliang said majestically, "Don't forget a single word wrongly. It must be consistent with the facts." Shu said loudly, "Not a single word is correct, Commander." Sha Xinliang nodded satisfactorily and said, "Continue recording." Yes. Sha Xinliang was majestic and impartial. Then he asked the 10 law enforcers who arrived first, "Let me ask you, is what Boss Chu said true?" The 10 law enforcers stood at attention at the same time and said loudly, "Boss Chu is not wrong at all." Sha Xinliang asked seriously and responsibly, "Did you really just come in for a cup of tea?" "Yes, Commander." The 10 people answered in unison, as if they had rehearsed. It was in the afternoon, and Boss Chu saw that we were sweating profusely. So he welcomed us warmly, not to mention that person cursing in his heart. Even Chu Fian almost laughed on the spot when he heard this. Sha Xinliang and Qin Baoshan also frowned. "You're all martial emperors, but you're actually sweating profusely just from walking?" And it was in the afternoon then. But it's already the 3rd watch period now. You've been drinking tea from the afternoon till the 3rd watch period? Even martial emperors would have their bladders swollen from drinking so much. You're really dressed like this, and they actually dared to attack you? And they attacked you immediately? Sha Xinliang quickly changed the topic, and his voice became colder and colder. Now, even a fool could tell that something was wrong. When you, Sha Xinliang, came in, these people were still dressed in black. Are you blind? And you still ask? The 10 people said loudly, "Yes, Commander." After we dissuaded them, we not only wore this set of clothes before we attacked them, but also showed our waist tokens. These evil bandits didn't retreat, but became more aggressive and fought with us. The 10 people said guiltily at the same time, "We're not skilled enough and we've embarrassed you." Sha Xinliang nodded and said, "Did they really say that law enforcers are nothing? Did they really say that?" The 10 people said indignantly, "Yes, Commander. This person is extremely vicious and evil. He is heartless and unscrupulous. He is unpardonable. I'm so angry." Sha Xinliang roared, "You're all injured. Did they do it?" The 10 of them immediately replied with grief and indignation, "Yes. Commander, please check carefully. Out of the 10 of us, some of us have been injured by swords and sabers. All of us are in danger of losing our lives. The remaining one has suffered internal injuries from the shock and is on the verge of death. So serious. How dare these bandits be so lawless? You've really rebelled." Sha Xinliang was furious. "Your injuries are actually so serious." "Yes." "Commander, please uphold justice for us. We must protect the inviolable reputation of the law enforcers." The 10 life is at stake. Practitioners puffed out their chests at the same time and said with a loud voice and shining eyes, "Wasn't it just one stab? But this time, he would definitely be able to extort a lot of things from the Shao clan. That would be worth more than 10 stabs. It's over. The man lowered his head at the same time, his heart filled with despair. Sha Xinliang said solemnly, "Report all your injuries to the Shu. I must get an explanation for this matter. If we don't punish them severely, where will the prestige of the law enforcers be? Where will our dignity be? To kill a law enforcer in broad daylight, this kind of behavior is simply inhumane and deranged." "Yes, Lord Enforcer." The 10 of them became even more excited. "I know that you've been wronged, and I also know that you're loyal. You don't have to hide your injuries. Just tell me the truth about your injuries." Sha Xinliang's accent was very heavy. "Hence, Shu, I've been stabbed in the heart. My injuries are extremely serious." A guy who had a cut on his shoulder said excitedly, "Shu, both of my legs are broken." Another guy who had wounds on his buttocks said excitedly, "Shu, I've been stabbed in the Bai Hui acupoint on my head and the Yongquan acupoint on the soles of my feet. I've been hit 103 times on my back, and 10 of my ribs are broken." A guy who had a piece of scalp cut off said, Shoo, I've been hit by 30 venomous sand palms, 72 deadly kicks, and 351 finger strikes. I'm already covered in wounds, and there's not a single piece of unharmed flesh on my body." The last person, who wasn't injured at all, said, while blinking his eyes, "That's too evil." Sha Xinliang roared, and his face turned red. He wasn't angry but ashamed. "Damn it, these bastards really dare to say that I've been stabbed in the heart? 103 palms on my back? 10 of my ribs are broken? Come, let them sign their names." Sha Xinliang cut the Gordian knot. It seemed that the trial of this case would end here today. Hence, the 10 law enforcers who were fatally injured and were about to die rushed up fiercely. That guy was full of despair and desperately refused to admit his guilt. But his cultivation was sealed, and the 10 people wouldn't be polite to him. After a few kicks, he rolled on the ground like a gourd. Then they took out their knives and slashed their bodies fiercely. They dipped their fingers into the blood and then pressed it on the case record fiercely. "The witnesses and evidence are all here. The criminal has confessed, and the case is irrefutable. Come, bring this vicious bandit back to the law enforcement hall. Serve him in the death cell." Sha Xinliang shouted with high spirits, "We must prevent them from committing suicide by biting their tongues. Dislocate their lower jaws first. After we go back, we'll organize an elite team to interrogate them overnight. We must find out the culprit behind this at all costs. To warn the others." Chu Yang coughed at the side. Sha Xinliang understood. He turned his head and instructed Shu seriously, "Ask Boss Chu about his losses, how many heavenly treasures and earthly treasures he lost, how many purple crystals he lost, and how serious Fourth Master Chu's injuries are. Record them down carefully for me." Shu said loudly, "Yes, I'll definitely do it properly." Sha Xinliang turned back and looked at Chu Yang. He said seriously, "Boss Chu, I'm very sorry that such vicious bandit actually appeared in my jurisdiction. Such an earth-shattering case. Don't worry, Boss Chu. I'll handle this case impartially and give you justice. As long as the culprit behind this case is found out, I'll definitely compensate you for all your losses." Chu Yang was so touched that he cupped his hands and said in a tearful voice, "Although it's my first time meeting you today, I can tell at a glance that Commander Sha is really a good official who upholds justice for the people. With Commander Sha here in the flat mountain ridge, it's really a blessing for us commoners. Heaven has eyes. As the ancient saying goes, good will be rewarded with good, and evil will be punished with evil. Once Commander Sha is here, both good and evil will be rewarded." Sha Xinliang's bald head turned red from all the compliments. He coughed twice and said, "Boss Chu, you're flattering me." Shu had already come to Chu Yang and said kindly, "Boss Chu, what losses do you have? I'll record them down." Chu Yang sighed deeply and said with infinite pain, "The losses are too great." He was filled with endless grief and indignation. Hating the heavens and the earth, he said. My spiritual herbs are all gone. These are the spiritual herbs that I plan to use to help the world, benefit the people, nourish the common people, and save the world. These are the treasures of more than 70 generations of my ancestors, and they're all gone just like that. Mr. Chu was about to cry. Shu hurriedly said, Boss Chu, please restrain your grief. Let's talk about your losses first. He couldn't help but curse in his heart. Your Chu clan in the upper 3 heavens has a total of more than 70 generations? Boss Chu wiped his tears and said, The losses are too great. There were 10 pieces of 1,000-year-old snow ginseng, 5 pieces of 2,000-year-old golden ginseng, 5 kilograms of 1,000-year-old Solomon's seal, 5,000 years purple lotus, 3 pieces of 2,000-year-old snow glossy Ganoderma, 1 10,000-year-old Polygonum multiflorum, 1 piece of formed floating illusion essence, 1 stalk of Een cold grass from the Sea of Fire, 250 kilograms of 10,000-year-old snow essence. Chu Yang spoke eloquently for a quarter of an hour. Finally, he let out a breath and said magnanimously, These are all the valuable things. As for the others, it's fine if they're lost. They're all small matters. Shu's face also twitched. My dear mother, your bill alone is enough to empty the Shao clan's base in the flat mountain ridge. I don't know if it's enough to compensate. There's also the loss of the medical center's facilities, but these aren't worth much, so forget it. Chu Yang sighed and said, My 4th uncle's injuries are very serious. My 4th uncle's head was hit, and his head was severely concussed. His eyesight is already bad. His chest was stabbed by a sword, and he was hit by a palm. His internal organs are already ruptured. His legs were hit by 7 knives and 3 swords. I'm afraid his legs are also. Sigh, the most serious one is my younger sister. She's frightened, and she can't think clearly now. Chu Yang sighed and said sadly, Although I'm not injured, I was hit by a few palms. When you came, I was vomiting blood. I vomited a basin of blood. The muscles on Shu's face twitched as he recorded meticulously. His head was full of sweat, and his handwriting was actually a little messy. Of course, there's also some losses. The 2,000 purple crystals stored in our shop have disappeared. Chu Yang said with grief and indignation, They're simply not letting us live. You're not letting the Shao clan live. Sha Xinliang sighed at the side and said, They're really a bunch of goddamned people. They're too black-hearted. He really didn't know if he was talking about Chu Yang or that person. Shu asked, Boss Chu, are there any other losses? Chu Yang rolled his eyes and thought for a while. Finally, he said reluctantly no. Yes, there's also the loss of our reputation. We've only opened the shop for a few days, and we've already attracted robbers. Anything else? This time, there's really nothing else. It was finally over. Shu wiped his sweat and put the case file in front of Chu Yang, saying, Boss Chu, take a look. Are these the correct ones? Chu Yang nodded repeatedly and praised. You've written it very correctly. These are the correct ones. Then, Boss Chu, please sign and make a mark. Shu almost couldn't bear it anymore. I've written it exactly as you said. How can it be wrong? Today's first update. Today, I have something to do and need to go back to my hometown. Our custom here is that 5 to 7 days after a person's death is a very solemn day called Fiery Fifth Day. Today is the day that my second uncle's fiery 5th day, so I worked overtime for a while. Originally, I wanted to rush out 2 chapters for today's update, but until now, I've only written a little more than 1 chapter, so I've published it first. When I come back in the afternoon, I'll write the 2nd chapter. Chapter 784. Chu Yang took the writing brush, signed his name, and pressed his thumbprint on it. He said emotionally, Thank you very much, sir. Sha Xinliang laughed and said, You're welcome. It's the responsibility of us, the law enforcers, to get rid of the evil and bring peace to the people. Number three, Please check the injuries of Boss Chu, Fourth Elder Chu, and Sister Chu Wu. The three of them strode out of the ranks. Chu Fian was perturbed. I'm not injured at all. What's there to check? Won't I be exposed if I'm checked? Number 3 walked over with a serious face. Chu Fian lowered his head and took a look. Number 3 said loudly, Fourth Elder Chu's head is seriously injured. It seems that he was injured by the autumn wind palm. It may affect his eyesight and hearing. Chu Fian was dumbfounded. You're really talented to be able to see the Shao clan's autumn wind palm from my head that's intact. Chu Yang only mentioned his eyesight, but this guy actually added his hearing. Number 3 continued. Fourth Elder Chu's chest was stabbed too, 3 inches deep. His internal organs have been injured. There's also a palm print on his chest. There's no doubt that his internal organs have been ruptured. Chu Fian blinked and felt dizzy. He felt that he was dreaming. Fourth Elder Chu's leg injury is very serious. His tendons and vessels have been injured. I'm afraid that his legs can no longer walk. That's all. Number 3 stood at attention. Sha Xinliang said gratifyingly, Number 3, you're getting more and more skillful. Number 3 was praised and immediately became excited. He said loudly, It's all thanks to the cultivation of Commander. At this time, Number 3 also reported, Sister Chu Wu is a little frightened. It's very serious. It's caused her to have difficulties in speaking and thinking. She may lose her memory. If it worsens, her limbs may also be affected and atrophied, Number 3 reported. Boss Chu was hit by 3 palms. His internal organs are damaged. He vomited too much blood and is suffering from severe blood loss. Sha Xinliang sighed. These people are too much. Then he said, Boss Chu, if there's nothing else, we'll take our leave first. Chu Yang said politely, Sir, do you want to have a meal before you leave? No need. Sha Xinliang rolled his eyes in his heart. He thought it's almost midnight now. What's there to eat? But his mouth was very serious, as he said, We, as practitioners of the law, never accept invitations. He waved his hand and shouted, Withdraw! He said to Chu Yang, Boss Chu, if we have any information about the mastermind behind this, we will need your cooperation in the investigation. Chu Yang laughed and said, That's my honor. Sha Xinliang nodded with a smile, turned around and whistled. With a crashing sound, the spell-bearers on the roof jumped down at the same time. Looking at the first 10 spell-bearers, everyone's eyes were filled with jealousy. Fuck! Why can't such a good thing happen to me? Under the leadership of Sha Xinliang and Qin Baoshan, the law enforcers escorted this wanted criminal and left triumphantly. Chu Yang stood at the door and waved his hands to send him off. He sighed, You're indeed worthy of being called a Taoist. You're really a good person. When he turned around, he saw that his 4th uncle Chu Fian and his younger sister Chu were already standing behind him. Both of them had the same expression. Collapse, contortion, convulsion, disbelief, as if they were in a dream. Chu Yang laughed dryly and said, Today's weather is really good. Chu Fian finally lost his temper. He grabbed Chu Yang's collar and growled, Damn you! How many things are you hiding from me? Chu Yang said innocently, 4th uncle, why do you say this? Aren't you watching over everything? Chu Fian hugged his head and sighed, I think I already know you very well, but now I realize that I don't even know a single strand of your hair. Chu Yang laughed dryly, 4th uncle, you're exaggerating. That I'll go and pack up. Seeing that it's going to be daybreak soon, we're going to open for business. This food is the most important thing for people. Then he turned around and said angrily, Lu-er, you're a little girl. Why don't you sleep and stay up all night? What do you want to do at such a young age? He turned around and wanted to leave, but Chu Fian grabbed him by the back of his neck and pulled him back. Don't run. Chu Fian leaned forward and asked fiercely, My head was hit hard? Has my head become a ripe melon? Where is it? Chu Yang. Chu Fian said aggressively. My internal organs were all shaken, and I won't live long. Chu Yang, that. Chu Fian kicked his legs. My legs were hit by 7 sabers and 3 swords? Are they crippled? Are my legs a lackey now? Chu Lu burst into laughter. Chu Yang said bitterly, That's because I want more compensation. The enforcers are so reasonable. If we don't accept it, it won't be right. Chu Fian snorted and finally couldn't help but laugh. He scolded, Isn't the compensation yours, big boss? My partner didn't get anything at all, and he's even being criticized so miserably. Chu Lu jumped over and raised her finger. Big brother, I don't care about other things, but I'll definitely get my compensation. She blinked. I'm so scared that I can't think clearly. Chu Yang was speechless. The enforcers were indeed fast. They caught him in the middle of the night, and the results were out in the morning. So, the flat mountain ridge was in a mess. When Xiao Yulong received the news, he staggered a few steps and sat on the ground. Xiao Yulong had always felt that he was very lucky and very capable. As a distant relative of the Xiao clan, he was smart and capable since young, and he had dabbled in all kinds of martial arts. What he was most satisfied with was his talent. He was considered one of the best among the younger generation of the Xiao clan. Before he was 20 years old, he was already a 7th stage martial king. He was assigned to be a small steward. After 3 years of training, he climbed up step by step. Now he was only 45 years old, but he was already a 4th stage martial emperor. Moreover, the clan valued him very much. In the flat mountain ridge, he could be said to be in charge. Not only was his power increasing day by day, but his income was also rising. Moreover, the flat mountain ridge was relatively stable, and there weren't any major issues. The most wonderful thing was that the 3 big clans there kept each other in check. This was a lucrative position. In the 2 years that he was here, the Xiao clan's income from business had increased by 30%. The clan also greatly rewarded him. Xiao Yulong felt more and more complacent. In fact, this person was capable, but he was a little narrow-minded and couldn't take any losses. Moreover, in the flat mountain ridge, he relied on the power of the Xiao clan and proclaimed himself as the local tyrant. In a word, he was used to being in the limelight. Once he suffered losses, he couldn't take it. Therefore, when he saw that the small Chu clan's medical center dared to accept purple crystals from him, he couldn't help but feel unhappy. So he cut off 200 purple crystals and humiliated Chu Fian in front of everyone. But he still felt suffocated in his heart. Even though he cut off, he still paid 200 purple crystals. That night, Xiao Yulong investigated all the information about the Chu clan's medical center and felt relieved. Then he waited for 3 days before sending people to snatch the purple crystals back. He also wanted to teach Chu Fian and his nephew a lesson. He wanted them to know that he was the one who did it, but they didn't have any evidence. This kind of thing was the most suffocating. Who knew that the people who went didn't see the purple crystals or Chu Fian's nephew? Xiao Yulong was even more unhappy. He continued to send people the next day. These people all had the cultivation of martial emperors. They were the men of sacrifice, trained by the Xiao clan. He thought, even if the Chu clan is prepared, they can still escape if they can't beat us. Moreover, even if they don't move, would the Chu clan dare to kill people from the Xiao clan? Therefore, Xiao Yulong was unscrupulous. In fact, he didn't really want those 200 purple crystals. He just wanted to vent his anger. At the same time, he wanted to establish his authority. With me, Xiao Yulong here, no one can be arrogant. He drank his wine confidently. 2 maids served him attentively on his left and right. He waited for the people he sent to return triumphantly so that he could vent his anger. Who knew that after waiting for a long time, that person still didn't come back at dawn? Xiao Yulong felt that something was wrong. He slept restlessly for a while. Seeing that the sun was high in the sky, he still didn't come back. He was a little anxious. He was about to send people out to find out when suddenly the rumbling sound of horse hooves could be heard at the door. 8 fast horses came over arrogantly. The riders on the horses were dressed in black. On their chests there was a blood-red word law. It was dazzling to the eyes. The 8 riders all had gloomy faces and cruel gazes. Xiao Yulong shivered. Why did the law hall send 8 high-level law enforcers to my place? What's going on? Who is Xiao Yulong? Among the 8 law enforcers, the leader, a hook-nosed man, asked with cold eyes. Xiao Yulong hurriedly took 2 steps forward and said with a smile, I am. I didn't know that the law enforcers were coming. Please forgive me for not going out to meet you. Sirs, please come in and serve tea. The hook-nosed man waved his hand. His voice was as cold as ice. No need. Xiao Yulong, you've committed a crime. Come with us. I've committed a crime? Xiao Yulong was confused. What crime? The hook-nosed man's face became more and more gloomy. He looked at him fiercely and said cruelly, Don't you know? Xiao Yulong said, what crime could I have committed? He looked left and right and suddenly forced a laugh, saying, As the Xiao family steward in charge of the flat mountain ridge, I've always been law-abiding. How could I have committed a crime? Ha ha! The hook-nosed man said indifferently, I advise you to save some strength. It won't be too late for you to laugh when you reach the law hall. His eyes turned sharp. He waved his hand and shouted, Take him down! Tie him up! Take him away! Xiao Yulong and the dozens of Xiao family experts who came after hearing the news were shocked. They almost couldn't believe their ears. It was actually take him down, tie him up, take him away? What kind of crime did he commit to be treated like this? Xiao Yulong immediately panicked and shouted, I'm not guilty. You can't treat me like this. The 2 law enforcers sneered and approached him. Xiao Yulong said angrily, You dare to touch me? I'm the steward of the Xiao family, one of the big dominating families. If you want to take me, show me evidence. Evidence? Evidence your grandmother. The 2 law enforcers' eyes turned cold. They suddenly attacked at the same time. With a few slaps, Xiao Yulong's face was bruised and swollen, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. They didn't expect that the law enforcers would really attack. The people of the Xiao family immediately became restless. Who dares to move? The law enforcers shouted. Their eyes were fierce. Chapter 785. The law enforcer with a hooked nose raised a black token. On the token, there was a blood-red word law. He said loudly, Under the orders of the Law Enforcement Hall, we are here to arrest the evil bandit Xiao Yulong. If anyone dares to obstruct us, we will kill them. We will punish them for obstructing the law enforcement. The law enforcers drew out their swords and swords. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. They looked at the hundreds of experts of the Xiao clan with sneers on their faces. They were not afraid at all. Net. Obviously, if the Xiao clan dared to make a move, the law enforcers would dare to kill them. Moreover, the law enforcers were not guilty of murder. If the Xiao clan made a move, it would be considered resisting the law enforcement. Even the entire Xiao clan would not be able to escape the responsibility. Xiao Yulong did not dare to bear such a heavy crime. He hurriedly shouted, No one is allowed to make a move. This steward will make a trip with the lords. This matter is just a misunderstanding. Everything will be fine once it is clarified. Xiao Yulong would not dare to openly oppose the law enforcers. This would bring immeasurable trouble to the Xiao clan. If the clan knew, no matter who was right or wrong, they would immediately skin Xiao Yulong alive. The Xiao clan slowly retreated. Xiao Yulong put on a calm expression and walked forward. He put his hands behind his back and smiled. Law enforcers, please make your move. The 2 law enforcers smiled and suddenly kicked his legs at the same time. Xiao Yulong was kicked 5 feet away and knelt on the ground. He was sweating profusely from the pain. One of the law enforcers strode over. He grabbed Xiao Yulong's hair with one hand and slapped him with the other. He scolded as he slapped him. "Fuck you, the elders are here. Why are you still acting like this? You still want to act like a gentleman at this time. You really don't know what death is. I will beat you to death, you idiot." One slapped him, and the other kicked him wildly. His face was full of anger. After that, he took out a rope made from the tendon of a spirit beast soaked in water and tied Xiao Yulong up like a pig. Xiao Yulong had just recovered from the shock and severe pain, and was about to open his mouth when a smelly ball of cloth was rudely stuffed into his mouth. Immediately after that, he was hit hard on the back of his head and fell to the ground head first. Once again, he was dragged up. The rope used to tie him up had a length of 20 feet left, and it was tied to the horse's tail. The hook-nosed enforcer scanned the Xiao clan members with his sharp eyes and said sternly, "Other than Xiao Yulong, there are a few other accomplices. When I call out their names, they will stand out automatically. If you don't come forward, everyone here will be implicated." Then he shouted loudly, "Xiao Zhangyi, Li Juefeng, Lu Meng." He called out the names of 3 more people. The 3 of them walked out of the crowd with gloomy faces. The law enforcement officers pounced on them like wolves and tigers and treated them the same way they treated Xiao Yulong. In the blink of an eye, the Xiao clan members who were tyrannical in the flat mountain ridge were brought to justice. They were all tied to the horses' butts, waiting for them to set off. The leading law enforcer with a hooked nose whistled, "Let's go! Retreat!" One whip lashed at the horse's back, while the other lashed at Xiao Yulong's back. He urged his horse to gallop. The other 3 law enforcement officers did the same. Each of them lashed twice. The strong horses neighed in pain, and the people screamed in pain. Their skin and flesh were torn apart, and scraps of cloth were flying everywhere. Xiao Yulong and the other 3 people were dragged behind the horses' butts, and their cultivations were sealed. They were pulled to the ground after 2 steps. They screamed all the way as they were dragged out. They were dragged for less than 200 feet, and there were clear bloodstains on the ground. The sound of the horses galloping disappeared with a rumble. The rest of the Xiao clan members looked at each other. Everyone was shocked and terrified. What did Xiao Yulong do? He was actually treated like this. The law enforcement officer's treatment just now was completely based on the treatment given to prisoners on death row and even exceeded it. What did Xiao Yulong do to anger the heavens? How did he cause the law enforcement officers to be so furious? But everyone knew that no matter what, the situation must be extremely serious. Otherwise, the law enforcement officers would not be so violent. After all, this was the Xiao clan's territory, and the Xiao clan still had some face. If it was not that kind of intolerable crime, how could the law enforcement officers not know the severity of the situation? Everyone had an ominous feeling in their hearts. Maybe Xiao Yulong's crime this time. Even the clan can't protect him. Hurry and inform the clan. One of them shouted anxiously. Everyone seemed to have woken up from a dream and ran in one after another. Everyone was nervous and sweaty. They were really frightened. "Xiao Yulong, no matter what crime you committed, don't implicate us." Xiao Yulong was caught by the law enforcement officers. Net. This news spread like a whirlwind throughout the flat mountain ridge. When Xiao Yulong was caught, it was in the morning, when there were the most people on the streets. The law enforcement officers rode on their horses, and even took a detour. They purposely dragged Xiao Yulong through the most crowded places, as if they were dragging a dead dog. How could the people not be in an uproar? Instantly, the 3 big clans all received the news. Each of them carefully sent people out to find out, what crime did Xiao Yulong commit? It's actually so serious and so shameless. Hence, there were many discussions on the streets. Some said that Xiao Yulong raped the law enforcement officers' daughters. Some said that Xiao Yulong raped the law enforcement officers' wives. Some said, all in all, everyone was in high spirits. Humans were always like this. When they saw the big shots that they used to look up to being dealt with in such a way, they would feel very happy and gloat happily. Moreover, Xiao Yulong was really not popular here because he was abusing others. At this moment, people came one after another to hit him when he was down. Many people who had been bullied by Xiao Yulong directly went to the law enforcement hall to lodge a complaint. Who wouldn't want to hit a drowning dog that made people extremely angry? What was completely different from Xiao Yulong's treatment was that the big boss of the Purple Crystals Huichen Hall, Divine Dr. Chuyang, had already been politely invited over by the law enforcement officers early in the morning. He was currently sitting cross-legged in the hall of the law enforcement hall, drinking tea leisurely. As for the detour, it was naturally Boss Chu's idea. At that time, Boss Chu said, "Brother Sha, if you want to attack a person, it's best to make him lose his face first. Peel off his self-confidence and pride first. Then he'll be easy to deal with." Sha, Xinliang deeply agreed. As a result, Xiao Yulong suffered a lot because of this one sentence. The sound of horse hooves came from afar. Sha, Xinliang immediately put on a straight face. He walked out with Chuyang and went straight to the interrogation hall. Chuyang reminded him in a low voice, "Xiao Yulong is still in the dark now. It's better to separate the two crimes this way." Sha Xinliang understood tacitly. He beamed with joy and nodded repeatedly. Chuyang naturally knew how to behave. He turned into the interrogation hall and stood at the side door at the corner. He put on a look of fear and trepidation, and stood at the side with his hands hanging down. His face was full of grief and indignation. The sound of horse hooves stopped. A few muffled groans came in. Then, as if the gag was removed from the mouth, a voice shouted, "I'm innocent. I'm not guilty. You're disregarding human life. I want to report back to my clan. I want." With a puff sound, it seemed that its mouth had been punched or kicked, and it stopped making any more sounds. Then a few law enforcement officers dragged Xiao Yulong and the other 3 people in like dragging dead dogs, and threw them to the ground fiercely. Instantly, blood splattered everywhere. Chu Yang's expression didn't change. He glanced sideways. The current Xiao Yulong was totally different from the Xiao Yulong that night. That night, Xiao Yulong was so arrogant, well-dressed, and handsome. But now his clothes were ragged, his hair was disheveled, his eyes were bruised, his face was bruised, and some places were even bleeding. His nostrils were like 2 bloody holes that couldn't be stopped. His mouth was also dripping with blood. His body was even more unsightly. His back and chest were almost worn to the point that his bones were exposed. How could the word miserable be enough? The other 3 people were also in a miserable state. "Xiao Yulong, do you admit your crime?" Sha Xinliang asked expressionlessly. "May I ask Commander Sha, what crime did I commit?" Xiao Yulong trembled. Although his words were a little unclear, he finally made himself clear. "You don't admit your crime?" Sha Xinliang's eyes were cold. "Commander Sha, please enlighten me." Xiao Yulong raised his head stubbornly. "Ha ha ha. You asked people to pretend to be bandits to rob the Chu clan's medical center. Do you admit to this?" Sha Xinliang asked slowly. "This." Xiao Yulong never expected that he was caught here because of such a trivial matter. He almost vomited blood. How many times have I done such a thing before? Every time, it would be settled with 20 to 30 purple crystals. Why did you treat it as a big case this time? Knowing that he couldn't deny this matter, Xiao Yulong simply admitted, "It's true." Sha Xinliang asked, "It's said that you once said that it's enough to injure Chu Fian. If he really doesn't know what's good for him, you can also cripple him. As long as he's alive, it's okay to kill the young master of the Chu clan who treated you like a worker? Is that what you said?" Xiao Yulong knew that that person had already sold him out. He simply nodded. "I did say that." He thought, this isn't a big deal. After he finished the sentence, he instantly felt that the atmosphere in the hall was different from just now. The whole place became gloomy and cold. His heart skipped a beat. He raised his head and saw Sha Xinliang's face as black as the bottom of a pot. His chest was heaving up and down, and his eyes were radiating killing intent. His heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Sha Xinliang is related to that little bastard? Sha Xinliang said with a cold face, "So you admit it?" "Yes, it's true," Xiao Yulong said. "Since Commander Sha is here, I'm willing to compensate." Sha Xinliang said coldly, "The verdict of this case is that the purple crystals Hui Chun Hall healed the injuries of Xiao Yulong's subordinates first." Xiao Yulong not only didn't feel grateful, but also robbed them. He repaid kindness with ingratitude. He's cruel and unscrupulous. He's even worse than pigs and dogs. His behavior violated the heavenly laws and violated the heavenly morals. If he's not severely punished, it's not enough to alert the world. He took a breath and said, "Xiao Yulong and his accomplices will be punished with 40 strokes of the cane. Also, they'll be compensated for all the losses of the purple crystals, Huichan Hall, and their reputation. They'll be compensated for the injuries of the medical center's assistant Chu Fian and the mental compensation of the other assistant Chu." "Xiao Yulong, are you convinced by my verdict?" Xiao Yulong breathed a sigh of relief and said, "I'll be responsible for the compensation." Chapter 786. Sha Xinliang said majestically, "Since you've admitted your guilt, then sign your name and make your mark." Xiao Yulong signed his name happily and pressed his thumbprint. He thought, "This bastard Sha Xinliang is simply unreasonable. He actually made me like this for such a small matter. Humph, in the future, I'll definitely," Sha Xinliang said, "bring the victim to the court." Big Boss Chu then made his grand entrance. Sha Xinliang said, "Boss Chu, you can tell us about your losses. This steward Xiao has promised to compensate for all your losses. Moreover, he signed his name in the name of the Xiao clan." Xiao Yulong was stunned. "When did I sign my name in the name of the Xiao clan?" Instantly, he knew that he had been tricked by Sha Xinliang. He didn't look at it carefully just now. He only knew that the matter was over, so he signed his name. Now he was dumbfounded. Chu Yang said with grief and indignation, "Thank you very much, Lord Enforcer. I'm really wronged." Sha Xinliang pretended to be impatient. "Just tell us your losses. Who's interested in hearing you say that you're wronged?" Chu Yang said in fear and trepidation, "I've lost a lot of things in my medical center. Most of them were passed down from my ancestors. Let me think. 10,000-year-old snow ginseng, 5,000-year-old golden ginseng, 3 kilograms of 1,000-year-old Solomon's seal, 5,000-year-old purple lotus." Just as he started to speak, Xiao Yulong had already spat out a mouthful of blood. He shouted with grief and indignation, "Commander Sha, this is blackmail. This was utter nonsense. This is nonsense. How can a small medical center have so many heavenly treasures? This is simply asking for too much." Xiao Yulong's heart turned cold. "Shut up," Sha Xinliang shouted. "Continue speaking." So Chu Yang continued to blabber until he reached the 47th medicinal herb. He finally finished speaking. He said with some embarrassment, "Lord Enforcer, these are the losses of the herbs. Let's forget about the rest. It's not easy for everyone. I'm also embarrassed to ask for more from our neighbors, lest others say that I'm blackmailing them. Isn't this blackmail?" "This is blackmail," Xiao Yulong roared. His eyes were bloodshot with grief and indignation. "You're still embarrassed? If you're not embarrassed, how ruthless would you be? Wait for me. When I get out, I'll kill you," Sha Xinliang said impatiently. "Are there any other losses?" Chu Yang was so sorrowful that he wanted to cry. He said, "My 4th uncle is seriously injured. I'm afraid. My younger sister is frightened. I'm afraid. I'm also seriously injured. I vomited a basin of blood. I'm afraid." In addition, the 2,000 purple crystals that were placed in the shop were also snatched away. I don't know where they are now. Chu Yong bowed deeply. Lord Enforcer, please uphold justice for me. Sha, Xinliang nodded and said, You step aside first. Behind him, Shu Shu wrote swiftly. Xiao Yulong and the other three were shocked, speechless, looking at the numbers and the names of the medicines that the owner of the clinic reported. Damn it, those who didn't know better would think that we had robbed the Medicine Valley. Xiao Yulong, you've robbed so many things. As long as you return them to them and pay some fines, you'll be able to bear this crime. Sha Xinliang sighed. Xiao Yulong, why do you always create so much trouble for me? It's not easy for me to manage the flat mountain ridge in an orderly manner. I've put in so much effort. Now that you've done this, where can I keep my face? Xiao Yulong looked at him with his mouth agape. Finally he shouted, Commander Sha, this little bastard is obviously talking nonsense. When did we rob so many things from him? Speaking till here, he only felt that his chest was stuffy, and he almost vomited blood. Sha Xinliang said lightly, At first, I didn't believe it either. So after Boss Chu reported the case, I immediately detained him and personally went to the Chu clan to verify with Clan Master Chu Xiongqing. I found that it was indeed the case. Clan Master Chu even signed his name on it. As he said, he took out a piece of paper and shook it. On it were the names of the medicinal herbs, Chu Xiongqing's signature, Sha Xinliang's seal, and the enforcer's seal to prove that it was correct. Of course, this was also made by Big Boss Chu himself, and the clan master Chu, who signed his name, was now at home in confusion and didn't know anything. Xiao Yulong was dumbfounded. Sha Xinliang snorted and said, Steward Xiao, there's a witness and material evidence. You can't deny it, even if you want to. Xiao Yulong's face turned pale, and he lowered his head. After a long time, he raised his head and said with hatred, May I ask Commander Sha, if I compensate according to the price, this case will be closed. Sha Xinliang said coldly, Since you've compensated, you'll naturally be dealt with lightly. Although this robbery case won't be erased, I don't think you'll be punished too severely because of this robbery. Xiao Yulong heaved a sigh of relief. Although he still didn't know why Sha Xinliang went crazy today, the purple crystals that he had plundered over these years, together with all the purple crystals in the clan branch, should be enough to compensate. As for revenge or other matters, I'll settle this first. As long as I'm still alive, I won't have to worry about not having enough purple crystals. Thinking till here, he said, I'll be responsible for the compensation. When he said this, his heart was really bleeding. After working hard for decades, he was back to the point where he was rich overnight. And he even misappropriated a huge amount of public funds. How could the word hate be enough? Since this is the case, I'll make a decision and let you, Xiao Yulong, get some benefits. How about a total of 13,000 purple crystals as compensation? Do you admit it? Xiao Yulong said in despair. Since it's come to this, what else can I say? I admit it, Sha Xinliang said pleasantly. Since this is the case, you can sign your name, and I'll send someone to collect it. Xiao Yulong was also a straightforward person. Since it had come to this point, and he could obviously see that Sha Xinliang was partial to the other party, there was nothing he could do if he didn't admit it. He signed his name quickly, wrote a letter, gave his seal, and explained in detail who was going to find the accountant and where the purple crystals were hidden. Sha Xinliang winked at the two enforcers, and they took these things away. Then they went out and called a few people to drive a carriage towards the Xiao clan branch. They went to collect the purple crystals. The trial of Xiao Yulong's joint robbery case has come to an end, Sha Xinliang announced majestically. Xiao Yulong was overjoyed. He finally recovered some energy and said, Thank you, Commander Sha. He glared at Chu Yang fiercely and thought, When I go back, I'll make this little bastard spit out all the purple crystals that you want me to take out. Next, we'll begin the trial of Xiao Yulong and his subordinates for intending to rebel, resisting the law, and injuring the enforcers. which resulted in the death of 10 enforcers. Sha Xinliang's eyes were cold as he gritted his teeth and said, "Ah." Xiao Yulong was instantly dumbfounded. Not only him, even the other 3 people also raised their heads in disbelief. Robbing a medical center was not a big deal, but resisting the law and killing the law-bearers was truly a heinous crime. Sha Xinliang said coldly, "Xiao Yulong, you sent people to rob the medical center last night, and the victim's family reported the case. You sent people last night, and I also sent people last night to stop you. I just wanted to stop your evil deeds. But I didn't expect you to be so deranged as to brazenly attack those who wield the Tao, and you clearly said that you were the one who sent them. In last night's battle, the 10 enforcers were all seriously injured and almost died. Fortunately, I arrived in time and apprehended the culprit. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let you get away with it." Sha Xinliang said sadly, "But it's a pity that the 10 enforcers are all seriously injured and dying. This is all your fault." Sha Xinliang roared, "Xiao Yulong, how dare you? There's no such thing. There's no such thing." Xiao Yulong was really desperate and panicked at this time. He knew that once this crime was confirmed, he would definitely not leave any of his lives behind, even if he had 10,000 lives. Sha Xinliang snorted and said, "They're both witnesses and material evidence. This is an ironclad case, not to mention that I and Chief Steward Qin of the Enforcer Auction Hall are at the scene. How can we allow you to deny it?" His eyes were red and he shouted, "Bring them up!" Immediately, pairs of black-clothed men carried stretchers in pairs and solemnly walked over. On the stretchers, there were many human bodies. They were all wearing the clothes of the enforcers. Everyone seemed to be on the verge of death. Their bodies were covered with wounds, and it was too horrible to look at. Of course, this was divine Dr. Chu's masterpiece. With his means, it was not difficult for him to make these people pretend to be seriously injured. "These are all my good brothers." Sha Xinliang looked at Xiao Yulong. "They're also the masterpieces of you and your subordinates." He turned his head and roared, "Bring up their testimonies." The book was hurriedly brought over. Sha Xinliang threw it on Xiao Yulong's face and said coldly, "Xiao Yulong, what else do you have to say?" Xiao Yulong fainted after taking a look at it. It was written how he arranged for people to rob the Purple Crystal's Huichan Hall, how he said it, how he arranged it, how he used his means, and how he started the operation. Everything was written clearly, as if that night had reappeared. Even the tone of every sentence that he said was marked on it. The most terrible thing was that someone once asked him, "What if the enforcers intervene?" At that time, Xiao Yulong said, "Enforcers? Why should I care about them when it can be settled with a few purple crystals?" Now, this sentence was also marked with emphasis. It was written all the way until the next night when they set off. However, after they arrived, how they saw the enforcers, how they fought against the enforcers in order to complete Xiao Yulong's task, how they fought and how they caused casualties. Although the process was written clearly and orderly, it was all fake. Of course, Xiao Yulong didn't know that these were all fake. Now he was already in despair. After seeing the real situation in front of him, he instinctively no longer doubted this testimonies. It was stained with blood, which showed how difficult it was to obtain this testimonies. A basin of cold water was poured on Xiao Yulong's face by Sha Xinliang's martial arts. Xiao Yulong woke up and met Sha Xinliang's cruel eyes. He suddenly shouted hysterically, "I want to see them! I want to see them! They can't do this to me! Woo, woo, woo!" He actually burst into tears, snot and tears running down his face. He was extremely heartbroken. Chapter 787. Sha Xinliang's eyes were cold as he said, "Xiao Yulong, did you say these words? Did you say anything wrong?" As he roared, his eyes suddenly shot out that kind of blazing radiance. It was firmly locked onto Xiao Yulong's eyes. Xiao Yulong's nerves were already on the verge of collapse. Now that his cultivation was sealed, how could he resist this kind of soul-sucking technique? He was instantly restrained. Then he began to recount the whole story. Everyone listened and compared it with the confession. Surprisingly, it was almost the exact same thing. The three people who were caught together with Xiao Yulong sighed at the same time. They knew that they were completely finished. They didn't even have the chance to retract their testimonies. Moreover, the Xiao clan would also be in big trouble. Who would have thought that dealing with a small clinic in the flat mountain ridge, which had just arrived in the upper three heavens, would actually cause such a big trouble? Then Sha Xinliang gave each of them a testimonies and signed them. It was useless to deny it now. Besides, Sha Xinliang still had that kind of divine skill that could control people's minds. He could still do it, even if he drugged them. Although that skill couldn't completely drive a person to do difficult movements, it was still easy for him to sign a testimonial and press his fingerprints. Holding the stack of testimonies, Sha Xinliang's eyes were as cold as ice. Take these people away and lock them up separately in the death prison. Every day he made them feel comfortable. How can we let them off so easily since they wanted to cut off old Wu's life? As for the original one, just do whatever you want. It's convenient for him to die. He snorted heavily and said, "This case is as solid as a mountain. I'd like to see what kind of explanation the Xiao clan is going to give me. Can the Xiao clan kill us, the law enforcers, as they wish? Is going against the law enforcers openly the Xiao clan's way of doing things and rules?" The four people blacked out and fainted at the same time. Seeing these four pitiful people being taken away, Sha Xinliang waved his hands and dismissed the people around him, leaving only the 10 seriously injured and dying law enforcers and Chu Yang. Then, after the people left, he said softly, "Get up." The 10 of them got up at the same time. Sha Xinliang said, "In the future, after you've received your compensation, please settle down your family members properly. If anyone wants to become a secret guard, you can also make a request now. I'll give you a case record of an untreatable death, and you can join the secret guard." The 10 of them were overjoyed. After being busy for a long time, Sha Xinliang finally finished his work and had time to talk to Chu Yang. "Little brother, how's it going?" "Brilliant. It was too high, as tall as a mountain." Chu Yang couldn't stop praising him. He raised his thumb and said, "Elder brother's methods are really very crafty." His methods were clean and efficient, and he killed decisively. Little brother was amazed. Sha Xinliang smiled. Chu Yang deliberated and said, "But this seems to be going a little overboard. I'm afraid that you will offend the Xiao clan." Sha Xinliang sighed and said, "Little brother, you don't understand that there aren't many good people among us who are in charge of laws. Or it can be said that among us who are in charge of laws, there are many greedy and lecherous people. Taking bribes and bending the law was not uncommon. But that depends on the situation. Even if we're bad, after all, we have to wear this uniform and perform this duty. Naturally, the heart has responsibilities. Moreover, every district will have an assessment every year to determine the results and promotion. The assessment is to ensure the stability of the district, even if it's not for the interests of the commoners, for the sake of our own promotion. We must at least maintain the stability on the surface. So before this, if there's anything wrong, it's fine to just wipe it off." Sha Xinliang smiled bitterly, but this time Xiao Yulong has gone overboard, coupled with the matter of the short fatty. There's no more hope for my district this year. Since there's no more hope, then what's there for me to worry about? It's better to use the Xiao clan to establish my authority. This way I may be able to recover some of the influence of the higher-ups. So, it's no big deal to offend the Xiao clan. If the secret guards never offend anyone, they will be disqualified. Chu Yang nodded and said thoughtfully, "I see." Sha Xinliang said, "I'll send this matter together with the case file to the chief executive of this district, Mr. F.A. Mr. F.A. will be responsible for negotiating with the Xiao clan. All in all, the prestige of the secret guards can't be humiliated. The blood of the secret guards can't be shed in vain. Chu Yang said, "What if the Shao clan comes to ask for the secret guards?" Sha Xinliang smiled faintly and said, "Little brother, you're simple and honest, and you don't know much about the world. I'll give you a piece of advice." Chu Yang said respectfully, "Elder brother, please tell me. I'm all ears." Sha Xinliang clasped his hands behind his back and said, "When you hit a snake, you must kill it. If you've offended someone, don't think about apologizing. You might as well offend him again. Offend him to the end. If you want to mend your relationship and apologize, then you'll be the one to die. Between ordinary people, there may be forgiving and turning hostility into friendship. But between martial artists, it's absolutely impossible." Chu Yang thought for a while, and finally said gratefully, "Elder brother, I'll definitely remember your priceless advice." Sha Xinliang smiled faintly and said in a low voice, "To tell you the truth, I definitely won't let Xiao Yulong and the others live until they can go out. So, the Shao clan won't let them go out alive." He squinted his eyes and said, "If he really goes out, you'll be in danger." Then he smiled and said, "If you're in danger, we're in danger too." The two looked at each other and smiled. Chu Yang said, "I still feel that this matter is like a trap. Will Mr. F.A. blame you for this?" Sha Xinliang smiled and said, "Little brother, the whole world is a big trap, and we're all living in this big trap. Although this is a trap, if Xiao Yulong doesn't send people here, what's the use of the trap? Since he's here and injured people, then the trap is no longer a complete trap. It's a fact. It's irrefutable evidence." He sneered, "There are so many clans in the flat mountain ridge. Why can't the trap others?" Chu Yang was relieved and said, "Elder brother, you're right." At this time, the people who went to the Shao clan's branch also came back. 2 big boxes were carried in. When the boxes were opened, purple gas filled the air. They were all purple crystals. "Lord Commander, your subordinates have finished counting the 13,000 purple crystals." The cultivator with the purple crystals knelt on one knee and reported. Sha Xinliang said lightly, "You can leave now. Go to the cultivation method hall to receive your reward." That cultivator thanked him and got up to leave. Sha Xinliang turned around and said smilingly, "Little brother, these are all compensation for you. I'll send them back to you in my carriage later. Haha, you're already one of the richest people in the flat mountain ridge at such a young age." Chu Yang's face turned serious, and he said seriously, "Elder brother Sha, I can't accept these purple crystals." Sha Xinliang was surprised. Why? Chu Yang smiled and said, "Elder brother Sha, you're also clear that my loss isn't that much. If I take these purple crystals, I'm afraid I'll feel uneasy." He didn't wait for Sha Xinliang to speak and said, "Elder brother Sha and elder brother Qin can share these purple crystals equally." He smiled sincerely and said, "Didn't I say earlier that as long as elder brother acts, this little brother will be responsible for getting back the purple crystals that elder brother used to buy the medicine? That's why I dared to report such a huge loss. Now, how can I accept these purple crystals?" Sha Xinliang was displeased and said, "Little brother, you're slapping my face." As he said, Qin Baoshan also walked out to persuade Chu Yang. But Chu Yang only shook his head and refused. In the end, Sha Xinliang and Qin Baoshan were almost angered, but Chu Yang still insisted on not accepting. While the two were appreciating the purple crystals, they couldn't help but feel a little speechless. They really wanted Chu Yang to accept the purple crystals so that they could further confirm their relationship and buy a protective talisman for themselves. But Chu Yang also really wanted them to accept the purple crystals so that he could lay a good foundation for his future success. For a moment, they were in a deadlock. In the end, the 3 of them sighed. Chu Yang had no choice but to say, "Since this is the case, I have an idea." "What idea?" the 2 asked at the same time. Here are 13,000 purple crystals. I'll take 1,000 of them. The rest will be divided equally between the two brothers. Chu Yang said, if the two brothers still don't agree to my proposal, I'll have to turn around and leave. Sha Xinliang and Qin Baoshan shook their heads and sighed, little brother, you're really going. In the end, the two of them still accepted 5,000 purple crystals each and gave the remaining 3,000 to Chu Yang. Sha Xinliang said, if little brother still refuses, I'll smash all the 13,000 purple crystals. Everyone doesn't need them anymore. So, when Chu Yang, the victim, came out of the Hall of Justice, he had an additional 3,000 purple crystals. So, Big Boss Chu did business for 5 days and skipped work for 3.5 days and earned close to 5,000 purple crystals. Everyone was happy. And this time, Sha Xinliang and Qin Baoshan were even more enthusiastic than the last time. They were accompanied by Sha Xinliang and Qin Baoshan in Sha Xinliang's special carriage. The three of them chatted as they sent Chu Yang back to the Purple Crystals Huichan Hall. After sending Chu Yang off the carriage, the two of them didn't even show their faces and went back the way they came. The front of the Purple Crystals Huichan Hall was already full of people. The Yang clan and the Chu clan had almost all held a meeting here. In addition, not far away, there were also people from various big clans who were secretly inquiring about the news. After such a long time, everyone naturally knew that the incident originated from here. Seeing that Chu Yang was sent back by Sha Xinliang's carriage, almost everyone stared with their eyes wide open. What happened? Yang Bao was the first to rush up and grab his grandson's lapel. Then what happened? Chu Yang immediately felt relieved. The matter has been settled, and the Hall of Justice is fair and impartial. He punished the villains and specially sent me back after seeing that I was frightened. That's actually what happened. Ha ha ha, the matter is over. The matter is over? It's so understated, everyone looked at each other. It was a tragedy yesterday. There was a power cut in the morning, and there was no water in the afternoon. There was still no water, even after midnight. I felt that my stomach wasn't comfortable since night. I couldn't hold it in until then. But there was no water, so I had to go out to look for a public toilet. I ran for a full 40 minutes before I found one. Only then did I realize that the people walking on the road were all from our community. I ran for another 40 minutes and found that there was water. So I couldn't hold it in anymore, although there was water. It was very small and I couldn't take a bath. I just wanted to take a bath before sleeping. I'm a clean freak and I couldn't sleep because my body was sticky. So I just waited while writing. But then this morning the water supply was cut off again. I'm really helpless. I'm so sleepy that I can't stand it. Although I'm a clean freak, I can only sleep like this once, helpless. Chapter 788. That Xiao Yilong? How did he deal with him? Chu Xiongcheng's face was full of anger. This bastard actually dared to lay his hands on his grandson. He would definitely not let him off easily. Even if he couldn't take revenge openly, he had to beat him up secretly. Yang Bao immediately thought of something and asked, "That's right. What about Xiao Yilong, who was born without a fart? Damn it, where is he? I'm going to tear him apart alive." Chu Yang sighed and said, "Your wish is going to fall through." Xiao Yilong obstructed the execution of the law, scolded the execution of the law, beat up the execution of the law, and caused 10 execution of the law to be seriously injured. He's currently in the execution of the law's prison. He's awaiting the final verdict. Gasps of cold air could be heard from the surroundings. This Xiao Yilong really has guts. Yang Bao couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Motherfucker. Obstructing a practitioner of the Tao. Beating up a practitioner of the Tao. Even I don't dare to do this. Motherfucker. The people of the great master Nozai family are really awesome. Everyone started to ask questions. but Chu Yang only said that the execution of the law was fair and that Xiao Yulong was despicable. Then he told them the result. As for the process, he didn't know anything. When they were pressed, he pretended to be ignorant. "I've just come. I really don't know about all these." Everyone was so stupefied that they didn't even manage to get a single detail out of Chu Yang. "Yang, do you know Commander Sha?" Chu Feilong's eyes flashed and he asked. "Yes." Chu Yang smiled innocently. "He was the one who asked me the last time he asked me a question. This time, he's the one who came to preside over the execution of the law for me. Commander Sha is a good person." Chu Feilong smiled and said, "Yes, but Yang's fortune is really good." Chu Yang smiled shyly. "Second uncle, you're praising me." Chu Feilong smiled warmly. "You're my nephew. If you're very lucky, I'll definitely benefit from it too, haha." Chu Yang said sincerely, "Second uncle, if I'm really so lucky, you'll definitely benefit from it too." Chu Feilong laughed heartily. His expression was full of love as he said, "Good child." Embarrassed, Chu Yang pursed his lips and smiled. He was slightly bashful as he said, "Second uncle, you flatter me." The uncle and nephew pair got along harmoniously, laughing and chatting harmoniously. What an enviable family! At the side, old Master Yang Bao was listening to the conversation between the uncle and nephew. Suddenly, he turned his head and transmitted his voice to old Mistress Yang. Strange, when the uncle and nephew are talking, they look so warm. Why do I suddenly feel gusts of chilly wind? I have goosebumps all over my body. Old Mistress Yang rolled her eyes at him and sent him a telepathic message. Something is indeed a little off. She pondered for a while and said, "But I can't put my finger on what exactly is wrong." Old Master Yang Bao nodded and sent a telepathic message to Chu Yang. "You said, Lan Lan previously mentioned that Chu Feilong is very suspicious. What do you think?" Old Mistress Yang looked at Chu Feilong discreetly and frowned. For a long time she didn't speak. Everyone felt relieved when they saw that Chu Yang was safe and sound. Moreover, they couldn't get anything out of him, although they were still puzzled in their hearts. They knew that this matter wasn't as simple as it seemed. But they couldn't do anything about it. Chu Yang found an excuse to stay in the Purple Crystal's Huichun Hall. He was perturbed and thought, "Fourth uncle and the little girl better not let it slip." Once he entered, he saw that Chu Fian and the little girl were inside. They didn't leave with the rest of the group. "We're preparing for a big banquet. Why didn't you go back?" Chu Yang was stunned. Chu Fian smiled bitterly and pointed at Chu Lu'er. "This little girl won't let me go." "Huh." Chu Yang looked at Lu'er. Chu Lu'er wrinkled her nose and said, "There are some things that we haven't confessed yet. This isn't good for you, brother." "Confession?" Chu Yang smiled and said, "What confession?" Chu Lu'er glared at him and said, "Don't be so cheeky. I'm talking about serious matters with you." Chu Fian smiled bitterly and said, "This little girl is mischievous. When you didn't come back, she warned me to say that I don't know anything before I get an answer from you. Then, she said that you know everything and pushed all the blame to you. Even when your Grandpa Wu asked me just now, she also pinched me behind my back. TSK, my waist is already bruised." Chu Yang was stunned and looked deeply at Chu Lu. He said softly, "Lu'er has a bright future." He left a long note at the end of his sentence. The way he looked at his little sister was also a little serious, as if he was looking at someone of the same age. He didn't dare to underestimate her anymore. She was probably the only child in the world who could make Chu Yenwu and Wang Luwu show such an expression. Chu Yang's face was serious. He carried Chu Lu'er and placed her on his lap. He asked gently, "Lu'er, why did you do this? Tell me the reason." Chu Lu'er was 12 years old. However, because of her small body, she started to have puberty later. Now, she looked like she was only 8 years old. Therefore, Chu Yang didn't feel that there was anything wrong with carrying the little girl on his lap. Instead, It was the little girl who felt a little awkward. She actually blushed a little and struggled slightly. Then, as if she had convinced herself, she sat obediently on Chu Yang's lap. She didn't say anything, but she first brushed her hair and said, "Of course, there's a reason for doing this." She stretched out a white and tender finger and said methodically, "Firstly, this matter was obviously planned by you. We don't know what you're going to do next, or whether you have a next move. So, before you answer, whatever we say will be wrong. Secondly, even if we believe everyone in our clan, there are still too many people. If this matter is spread out, it will become more and more ridiculous. It won't be good for you. Thirdly, this matter involves both the wielder of the law and the Shao clan. It's very difficult for our Chu clan to be sandwiched between the two huge forces. Since you've arranged this, you must have a way to deal with it. No matter what we say, we may not be able to carry out your plan. Before Grandpa and the rest came, I told fourth uncle that Big Brother would definitely not say anything when he comes back. So, it's best that we don't say anything either." Chu Lu raised her small face and smiled slyly. I guessed right. Chu Fian was stunned by her words. Is this still a 12-year-old little girl? Even I didn't think of some of these things that she thought of. Chu Yang let out a long breath. His eyes were fixed on Chu Lu, and he said sincerely, "Lu will definitely be very amazing in the future." He said softly, "With Lu in the Chu clan, even without me, the clan will be able to remain undefeated for 1,000 years." Chu Fian was shocked. The way he looked at Chu Lu also became a little strange, and even a little respectful. In the entire upper three heavens, perhaps only he understood the weight of Chu Yang's words, because these words came from the mouth of the king of Hell Chu, that king of Hell Chu, who overturned the lower three heavens in 1.5 years, overturned the upper three heavens in less than a year, and was about to stir up the big clans in less than 10 days after arriving in the upper three heavens. The next few days were a little peaceful. After the Yang clan came to see their grandson, they stayed for a few more days and finally left. Before they left, they kept reminding Chu Yang that he must go to Aspen Valley to stay for a few days when he had time. Chu Yang agreed readily. Everyone was very enthusiastic, except for cousin Yang Yaya, who looked at Chu Yang with a little apprehension and a little alienation. At first, Chu Yang wanted to ignore this kind of look, but later, he carefully analyzed it and finally determined that this seemingly introverted and shy cousin of his had someone in her heart. Naturally, Chu Yang told this to his mother without reservation. His mother also secretly told her sister-in-law about this, therefore, Chu Yang's aunt had one more thing on her mind on the way back. After the Yang clan left, the sword spirit said to Chu Yang, "Your grandfather's clan seems to be in trouble." Chu Yang was startled and said, "Trouble?" "This time, your grandfather brought the whole clan to see you. It's a little too grand. Moreover, it seems to be hiding something. In his blood cloak team, there are many people whose cultivations are much higher than the others. They are obviously important experts of the clan in disguise," the sword spirit said. Chu Yang pondered. "Moreover, I once heard your grandfather ask your uncle, 'Is it about time?' Then your uncle said it's 2 days too late." After saying this, they said goodbye the next day. The sword spirit said, "The journey from here to Aspen Valley is not short, and the journey will take 5 days. In other words, he said that it's 2 days too late, and another day has passed, so the journey will take another 5 days. It can be said that it's very generous." Chu Yang pondered in silence, frowning slightly. "So I concluded that this time it's not just to see you." The sword spirit said, "It's just that your return coincidentally provides a legitimate reason. That's all." Chu Yang was even more silent. After a long time he said, "There will be a day when the truth comes out." The sword spirit said nothing. After the Yang clan left, Chu Yang continued to stay in his own medical center. Chu Fian was still an assistant, and Chu Lu was still a little tail that couldn't be shaken off. But this little tale was slowly stretching and growing. There was no news from the Hall of Justice. The Bao clan and the Liao clan also didn't make any moves. The Xiao clan didn't even have the time to react. Xia Xinliang's and Qin Baoshan's medicines were only missing the 2 heavenly treasures that were still on the way. Because of this, Boss Chu's medical center also seemed to have gained some fame, and customers began to visit him occasionally. Well, it must be said that there were a few nights when Boss Chu wasn't in the medical center, but went out to develop customers. As long as he wasn't in the medical center at night, there would definitely be a customer with strange injuries waiting to be treated at the entrance of the medical center the next morning. Because of this, Boss Chu's wallet gradually grew bigger, and he never got tired of it. Although there were only 1 or 2 customers every day, this big boss of the purple crystals, Huichen Hall, could definitely be said to be the person with the highest income in the entire street every day. Exorbitant medical fees. It's really too black-hearted. In just a few days, King of Hell Chu once again received an inelegant title. Black-hearted saint. His skills in treating injuries were really good, and he could be called a saint. But this heart of his couldn't be any blacker than it already was. Chapter 789. During this period of time, the upper 3 heavens appeared to be peaceful on the surface. But in the dark, a storm was brewing. The moment Li Xiongtu returned to the clan, he instantly became the treasure of the clan. Even Li Xiongtu himself didn't expect that he would receive such exceptional treatment the moment he arrived. From the looks of it, he was being groomed as the future core of the Li clan. Li Xiongtu was at a loss. After returning to the clan, he thought that he would be content with a caretaker arranging a quiet place for him. He would slowly work on the rest in the future. Who would have thought that after he returned, 3 generations of elders would come out of seclusion at the same time? Although Li Xiongtu was calm, he was also somewhat flattered. But there was one thing that made Li Xiongtu very unhappy, because the attitude of the elders, including the clan master, towards him was a little strange. How should he put it? It wasn't cordial, nor was it distant. It wasn't even rejection. It was a kind of deliberate closeness. Moreover, some of them were more or less cautious. Li Xiongtu couldn't understand. What's going on? I'm just a small pawn who just came up from the upper 3 heavens. Any one of you can crush me to death with just a finger. Why are you still like this? Moreover, people often asked him some inexplicable questions. The most common thing they had in common was that they were all very interested in their friends. Li Xiongtu was extremely depressed. For so many years, he was obsessed with martial arts, other than admiration for Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang. Where did he have any other friends? Later on, when he was asked more and more, Li Xiongtu wasn't the kind of person who would twist his words. He just directly said, I don't have any friends, much less any brothers who have gone through life and death together. But he didn't expect that after he said this, many people's attitudes became even more ambiguous. They actually nodded repeatedly. Yes, this is how it should be. I think so too. You don't have any friends, no brothers, ha ha ha. It's how it should be. How it should be. Li Xiongtu couldn't figure it out. He asked them why they asked this, but none of them said anything. They just smiled and looked at him meaningfully. The most ridiculous thing was that after an elder saw him, he said, As expected of, your aptitude is indeed not bad. As expected of what? Li Xiongtu couldn't figure it out, no matter how hard he racked his brains. Then he would occasionally overhear other people talking about him, and it would be in bits and pieces. Li Xiongtu, this little one, is really... he's really scheming. Look at that silly look. Those who don't know would really think that he's not. Li Xiongtu thought hard for a long time, but he became more and more confused. After that, everyone urged him to practice martial arts without holding anything back. As for techniques and resources, he had everything he needed. Li Xiongtu secretly observed and realized that the direct descendants of the other families only received 30 purple crystals per month. This was already an astronomical figure. Even Li Batian only received 50 purple crystals. Li Ju, who was the first in the family, received 80 purple crystals per month. As for himself, he actually received a terrifying 200 purple crystals per month. It was almost twice as much as Li Ju. Furthermore, there was actually no one who raised any objections. Even Li Ju, who was known as the number one among the younger generation, was a person who was neither servile nor overbearing when facing the old ancestor. He was even more so when facing those of the same generation. But when he saw him, he still greeted him with a smile. There wasn't much enthusiasm, but there was definitely no enmity. There was even a faint desire to mend relations. Even someone like Li Xiongtu was a little scared in the end. What's going on? Thus he started his life in the upper three heavens with such confusion. It had to be said that Li Xiongtu's aptitude was indeed extraordinary, and he had the full support of the huge family behind him. Once he calmed down and cultivated, his cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. The faster his cultivation improved, the more gratified everyone was. They weren't surprised at all. Generally speaking, it was considered fast for an emperor to break through one stage in 3 years. If someone broke through one stage in a year, they would be considered a genius and would definitely cause a commotion. But Li Xiongtu relied on a mysterious force in his body to increase his cultivation by one stage in half a month. This should have been something that would shock the world, but the elders of the Li clan all acted as if it was a matter of course. This made Li Xiongtu even more confused. What's going on? Damn it, are they trying to suffocate me? However, the number of people who came to chat with him had decreased recently. Furthermore, everyone was in a hurry with a heavy expression on their faces. It seemed that something big had happened. He could vaguely hear that the conflicts between the various major clans and the Li clan were gradually increasing. When Li Xiongtu asked, everyone smiled and told him not to worry. He would definitely be fine. Damn it, what am I worried about? What can happen to me, Zhuge clan? 5th small courtyard. Diwu Qingru sat in the pavilion in the courtyard, holding a book in his hand and looking very relaxed. There was a cup of tea in front of him, and the fragrance of the tea rose in spirals. A gentle breeze blew, and the bamboo forest swayed and rustled. The whole courtyard was quiet and peaceful. A person appeared behind him silently. For a long time, Diwu Qingru didn't seem to have noticed at all. He focused on reading and smiled lightly. This person finally couldn't hold it in and said, "So carefree." Diwu Qingru turned around and smiled. "So it's 7th brother." The person who came was the 7th brother of the Zhuge clan's generation, Zhuge Yunwu. He was also the one in the Zhuge clan who was most compatible with Diwu Qingru. Actually, just from the fact that he was compatible with Diwu Qingru, it could be seen that this Zhuge Yunwu was definitely not a simple person. If he was an ordinary person, why would Diwu Qingru be compatible with him? Qingru, the big clans are already in turmoil now, and war is about to reach the heavenly layer. But you're still so carefree here. Zhuge Yunwu was dressed in plain clothes, and his expression was calm. There was a smile on his face, and his eyes were long and slender. His face was white and beardless, and he looked like a person who didn't care about the affairs of the world at all. Even though he was talking about the situation in the heavenly layer, he was still calm and casual, like a breeze brushing past one's ears. Even if the war reaches the heavenly layer, as long as 7th brother is here, nothing will happen to the Zhuge clan. Diwu Qingru smiled and said, "But 7th brother must have something to tell me this time. I'm all ears." "Yes, you're right. 7th brother wouldn't visit without a reason. Since he's here at your house of wisdom, there must be something he can't decide." Zhuge Yunwu smiled gently. "7th brother, please tell me." Diwu Qingru finally closed the book and raised his head to look at Zhuge Yunwu. "Let's be frank. Qingru, I know you're capable. I'm here to ask you an answer. Zhuge Yunwu said directly. The answer. Diwu Qingru seemed to have guessed what Zhuge Yunwu wanted to ask. Before Zhuge Yunwu could ask, he frowned. Zhuge Yunwu sat down in front of him and said softly, "Now the Zhuge clan is planning to gradually increase the friction between the Li clan and us. We're trying to cause a conflict and reveal that layer." Diwu Qingru replied with an "Oh." Zhuge Yunwu took in a breath and said, "Qingru, you must know that this is because the Tribulation Sword Master." Diwu Qingru frowned and didn't say anything. Zhuge Yunwu looked at Diwu Qingru's frowning brows and his eyes flashed. He said, quietly, "The Li clan has recently received Li Xiongtu from the upper three heavens. Qingru, what do you think of this person?" Zhuge Yunwu's eyes were like stars. He stared at Diwu Qingru's face and said, "Li Xiongtu, 24 years old. He's from the Li clan of the upper three heavens. His aptitude has been outstanding since he was young. He had a foundation when he was 3 years old. He broke through to martial warrior when he was 5 years old. He broke through to martial master when he was 9 years old. He became a martial great when he was 13 years old. He became a martial revered when he was 17 years old. He became a martial king when he was 10 years old. However, before he came to the upper three heavens, during the battle at the Lake of Despair, he was a peak second stage martial emperor when he was 24 years old. Moreover, his combat power was enough to defeat a normal fourth stage martial emperor. He could even be on par with a fifth stage martial emperor. Diwu Qingru grunted and said, "Are you saying that he has directly advanced from a fourth grade king level expert to a second grade emperor level expert within a year? Or perhaps less than a year? Suspicious?" Zhuge Yunwu nodded and looked at him. He was quiet for a while, as if he was giving him time to think. Then he said, "Recently there was news that ever since Li Xiongtu came to the upper three heavens, he had improved to a third stage martial emperor within half a month." Diwu Qingru's eyebrows moved. "Is there such a thing?" Zhuge Yunwu smiled faintly. "This speed is very fast, right?" Diwu Qingru didn't say anything and started to think. Also, before he came to the upper three heavens, someone gave him an elixir. At that time, he was seriously injured and on the verge of death. However, after he took it, he immediately recovered. Zhuge Yunwu emphasized, "And that person's move was, 'What harm is there in slaughtering the entire world?' That elixir is a heavy elixir. Other than the heavy elixir, there's no other elixir in the world that can have such an effect." When Zhuge Yunwu said the words heavy pill, he obviously emphasized it again. Moreover, there was a hint of excitement in his voice. Diwu Qingru smiled faintly and didn't comment. At that time, the people from the big clans and the law enforcement officers walked together and supervised each other. They almost never left each other. That person didn't seem to find a chance. So, when he was about to enter the upper three heavens, he took the risk to give the elixir. After exchanging a blow, he immediately disappeared. Even the law enforcement officers couldn't catch up with him. Zhuge Yunwu said softly, "There's only one suspicious point in this matter. That is, there was a strange phenomenon in the sky. If that person was really the master of the Calamity Sword, he should have appeared at the place where the strange phenomenon appeared, and not to give the elixir. However, according to the description of the power of that move and the way it changed, the few elders of the big clans all agreed that it was the fiercest move of the Calamity Sword Master's Calamity Sword technique. What harm is there in slaughtering the entire world? And there's absolutely no mistake. Chapter 790. Part 7, Chapter 10. Why Practice Saber? Part 7, Chapter 10. Why Practice Saber? Diwu Qingru frowned and thought hard. If this person is not the same person as him, then, in this world, I am not just a worthy opponent. Although the indirect means are clever, The direct conspiracy is even more terrible, and it makes me feel threatened and scared. Is it or not? Diwu Ching-ro was puzzled. He stood in front of the map for the whole morning. His small courtyard belonged to the Diwu clan. Outside of the Zhuge clan, the Diwu clan was attached to the Zhuge clan. After so many years, they finally got such a small place in the last few hundred years. And Diwu Ching-ro was a direct descendant of the Diwu clan, so he owned this small courtyard. Unlike the others, there was not a single servant in this small courtyard. There were no maids or servants. This place belonged to Diwu Ching-ro himself. Diwu Ching-ro did not dare to trust anyone here. So, although he stood in a daze for the whole morning, no one disturbed him. After a long time he trembled and woke up. He said quietly, "Although this is inexplicable, I believe there must be a reason. It's just that I didn't think of it. Everyone thinks that the Tribulation Swordmaster is in the upper 3 heavens and can't come up. That's why everyone's defenses aren't really as tight as before." Diwu Ching-ro smiled and stepped back. He stretched out his finger and pointed at the southeast direction of the map. His eyes were serious and meaningful. "The Shao clan's territory. The Chu clan is here. The Chu clan is just a small clan." Diwu Ching-ro looked at the grain-sized place on the map and murmured, "Flat Mountain Ridge." Diwu Ching-ro looked at the grain-sized place quietly. His eyes were a little strange. After a long time he murmured, before the Double Heavens entrance closed. The last batch of people who entered was the young master of the Chu clan. He took his son. I heard that his son had been missing for many years. This time he was finally found. He tilted his head and laughed. He murmured, "I heard that the name of the young master of the Chu clan is Chu Yang. It's really interesting." He looked more confused. According to the vision of heaven and earth, the Tribulation Sword Master triggered the vision when he was comprehending the tribulation. And that place is still very far from the entrance of the upper 3 heavens. Since he's comprehending the tribulation, he can't appear in front of the world. Moreover, the Chu clan's eldest young master wouldn't have pulled over a person who was in the middle of comprehending, and then immediately returned to the upper 3 heavens. This is clearly too late. If Master Tribulation Sword is in the upper 3 heavens, and Chu Yang is in the upper 3 heavens. Diwu Ching-ro groaned. He felt as if his head was about to explode. What's going on? What was going on? The big clans never cared about the small clans within their sphere of influence. In the eyes of the leaders of the big clans, these small clans really didn't need to be valued. If the big clans didn't care, the law enforcers naturally wouldn't care either. Therefore, the law enforcement officers only recorded Chu Failing's return with his son in the records of the sealed heavens. Chu Failing of the Chu clan returned with his wife. That was all he said. Everyone forgot about it after seeing it. Only Diwu Ching-ro, after discovering this news, was triggered by the word Chu. He specially investigated it secretly. Only then did he realize that this return was actually a son who had been missing for 18 years. Then Diwu Ching-ro inquired again, and finally found out that the name of the missing descendant of the Chu clan was Chu Yang. When he saw the word Chu Yang, Diwu Ching-ro clearly remembered that the teacup in his hand fell to the ground. His shock at that time was indescribable. Then, Diwu Ching-ro buried this matter deep in his heart. He even felt a little excited. Perhaps the hope of the Diwu clan was about to really start? But the news of Master Tribulation's sword being sealed down below confused Diwu Ching-ro again. Should I make a trip there? Diwu Ching-ro raised his head and looked in the direction of the secret land of the Zhuge clan. He thought that there was still an extremely important matter waiting for him there. After delaying for so long, he couldn't help but frown and murmur, "When this matter is over, I'll go to the southeast personally." In another place, 2 people were also scratching their heads in distress. Dong Wushang and Rui Batong. They had followed the law enforcement officers to the upper three heavens for more than half a month. The law enforcement officers didn't go back on their words. They did introduce a Saber Saint teacher to Dong Wushang. But this Saber Saint teacher immediately went into seclusion after meeting Dong Wushang. The reason was that Dong Wushang had a few words with him after meeting him. This conversation was supposed to be a test for Dong Wushang, but the result was unexpected. Saber Saint, why do you practice saber? Dong Wushang, because I like saber. Saber Saint was silent. Dong Wushang was silent. Saber Saint, where is the saber? Dong Wushang, the saber is in my hand, not in your heart. No, if your heart doesn't have a saber, how do you practice saber? If there is a saber in your heart, the saber is the master of your heart. If there is a saber in your hand, you are the master of your saber. The conversation ended here, because Saber Saint fell into deep thought and then announced that he was going into seclusion. With some resentment, some regret, some disappointment, he left a sentence. I don't deserve to be his teacher. Saber Saint's questions were actually about his understanding of the way of the saber. Why do you practice saber? No matter if you said it was for the world, for the people, for killing, or for protecting, it was all in line with Saber Saint's understanding of the way of the saber. But Dong Wushang was a simple person. He just used a sentence, because I like it to block all these questions. Yes, nothing could be compared to these 3 words. I like it. If you didn't like it, even if I told you clearly that the world would be yours if you mastered it, you wouldn't practice it, because you didn't like it. If you didn't like it, it was useless even if you beat me to death. Therefore, Dong Wushang's simplest answer was instead the most basic comprehension. Saber Saint didn't achieve his goal. Instead, he was taught a lesson by Dong Wushang, although Dong Wushang didn't mean it. But Saber Saint clearly felt that Dong Wushang was reprimanding him. You have already deviated from the way you practiced saber. You practiced saber not to kill, not to protect, and not for the people of the world, because you were only 2 or 3 years old when you started practicing saber. What would a 2 or 3-year-old child know about killing and protecting the people of the world? You chose saber from all the weapons because you instinctively liked it. That's all. As you grew older, you gradually added more halos to your choices. However, when you move towards these halos, regardless of whether it is noble or sublime, there is no exception. You are no longer practicing the saber for the sake of that simple love. You have already betrayed yourself, although you have already become great. So Saber Saint immediately became silent. Next, he wanted to turn the tables, so he asked, where is the saber? Dong Wushang gave him the simplest answer. The saber is in my hand. Then Saber Saint became the slave of the saber. Saber Saint lost all his face. At the same time, he was also given a severe warning and went into seclusion. The law enforcement officers were shocked. When Dong Wushang left, the law enforcement officers didn't want to let him go. But Saber Saint, who was in seclusion, actually canceled his seclusion and came out to plead for Dong Wushang. Let him go. A free saber is a real saber. If you force him to stay, the saber will break. Dong Wushang didn't become a disciple, but he had a friend. Although this friend of his immediately disappeared after he said the sentence, he still didn't know what to do. So Dong Wushang brought Rui Batong and Emo Lei out of the law enforcement hall. But after coming out, Dong Wushang immediately knew that his choice was a little rash, because in the upper 3 heavens, gold and silver were worthless. What was valuable were crystals. But the 3 of them lacked these things the most. They had gold and silver notes, but they realized that they didn't have any money. This feeling was very strange. But at this time, Mo Tianji's calculations were revealed. How could Mo Tianji not understand Dong Wushang's temper? So he deliberately arranged an assistant for Dong Wushang, Rui Batong. Rui Batong had always been low-key, but Rui Batong had a prominent identity. This master of the heavenly armament pavilion was the successor of stealing gods and thieving ghosts. What did stealing gods and thieving ghosts do? Therefore, Rue Batong really had an unfathomable stealing skill. So, as long as Rue Batong was here, it didn't matter even if they were poor, because they would have it the next moment. In fact, although Mo Tianji's arrangement of these three people was a last-minute idea, it was really flawless. What to do when they just arrived and didn't have anything? Steal. Once they had some achievements and gained a firm foothold, they would have another outstanding leader in internal affairs. Mo Lei. This was the Black Devils, a huge assassin organization, and they could manage it so well. How could Dong Wushang, who had a little bit of money, not be able to manage it well? Once they expanded their territory and started to develop, Mo Lei would change into a commander-type talent. And the finance minister was naturally Rue Batong, who could steal from a thief. Rue Budong's stinginess and greed was well known among the brothers. In fact, he was second only to Ao Xian. Ao Xian was born stingy and Rue Batong was nurtured. So with these three people together, Dong Wushang's only task was to fight fiercely. As long as you could fight fiercely, there would be people behind you who would wipe your ass clean. No matter how big your family business was, there would be people to manage it for you. Therefore, the three of them were only melancholy for less than an hour before Rue Batong went out for a stroll. When he came back, there were 20 to 30 pieces of blue crystals and 100 or so white crystals in his arms. After 3 days, Fourth Master Dong was too embarrassed to keep asking Rue Batong to steal. So he covered his face and brought his brothers and wife to rob. Chapter 791. The place where Fourth Master Dong robbed was quite interesting. It was in the City of Law Enforcement. As the name implied, the City of Law Enforcement was the place closest to the headquarters of law enforcement. Furthermore, 70% of the people living here were the family members of law enforcement. Dong Wushang picked a rich family and slipped in. Fortunately, he was lucky and didn't meet a tough opponent. After some effort, he asked for the location of the treasury and got a big bag. The next day, the entire City of Law Enforcement was turned upside down. When Dong Wushang found out who he had robbed, he also sucked in a breath of cold air that was the home of a monarch-level law enforcer. Since the existence of the City of Law Enforcement, there had never been any record of someone daring enough to commit a crime here. It could be said to be the safest city in the upper and lower heavens, because anyone with a brain wouldn't do this. This was equivalent to offending all the law enforcement in the world. Who would be so stupid? Because of this, the vigilance of the people in the City of Law Enforcement was lower, not to mention that after Fourth Master Dong succeeded in the robbery, he actually brought his wife and brothers to play in the City of Law Enforcement with a large amount of purple crystals and enjoyed the feeling of being rich for a while. After knowing the whole story, the three of them were scared out of their wits. However, countless law enforcers scattered in all directions outside the city, and the three of them managed to avoid a calamity. After a few days, they slipped out of the City of Law Enforcement. But in these few days, the three of them also found out what happened during this period of time. All the passageways of the upper heavens were actually closed. Even supreme martial artists couldn't pass through. This made the three of them feel that something was wrong. Dong Wushang and Rue Batong were extremely depressed. Big Brother Chu and Second Master Gu couldn't come up. The three of them were equivalent to fighting alone in the upper three heavens. This was completely different from their previous plan. Therefore, the two of them groaned and groaned, feeling helpless and helpless, sitting and worrying about the city. What should we do? They can't come up and we can't go down. This is bad. Rue Batong squatted on a rock, his whole posture like a monkey pooping. What do you mean, what should we do? The three of us came up with a heavy responsibility on our shoulders. Do you think you can do it if you rely on Big Brother and Second Brother for everything? Although Dong Wushang wasn't confident, he was very dissatisfied with Rui Budong's current state. "I'm here." Dong Wushang was calm and steady, while Rui Butong was jumpy. Dong Wushang was imposing and majestic, while Rui Butong was a little shifty-headed. Dong Wushang actually wanted to teach this monkey a lesson. However, Rui Butong was extremely alert and did not let him find the opportunity. "Then I'm relying on you now. You have the final say." Rui Butong winked. "I'll listen to you." Dong Wushang glared at him, unable to say anything. It was fine for him to fight, but for him to play mind games, he was not cut out for it. The two of them stared at each other. Rui Butong was unperturbed. "Anyway, you are older than me. You can make the decision." Dong Wushang panted heavily. The more he looked at this guy, the more he found him to be an eyesore. "You go and think of a way." Dong Wushang said rudely. "I'll do as you say. I will follow your lead." Rui Butong tilted his head. "I've seen through you. You're depressed and want to beat me up to vent your anger. How can I fall for your trick? You want me to say I can't think of a way, and then beat me up? I won't say it. What do you mean by following my lead?" Dong Wushang directly exploded in an unreasonable manner. His thick and strong body pounced over, punching and kicking. "You actually called me a horse. That works too?" Rui Butong was beaten until his brain short-circuited. After venting his anger, Dong Wushang immediately felt refreshed. He said happily, "Now that the divine throne is on Baidu Tieba, let's think of a way." "What should we do next?" Rui Butong lay on the ground with bruises all over his body. He wanted to cry, but had no tears. "If I want to go back, it's better for GMO or Luo Kadi to take the beating. Why don't we become blood payers?" Mo Lei suggested excitedly. Mo Lei was from a family of assassins. Assassins also killed people for rewards, and so did blood payers. It was the same nature. Therefore, Mo Lei was very interested in this line of work. What made Mo Lei the most excited was that this line of work was actually a legal organization. There were actually law enforcers protecting the rights of blood payers. Moreover, there would definitely not be a few cases of reneging on debts, like in the third heaven. This made Mo Lei feel as if she had arrived in heaven. Blood payers? Dong Wushang frowned and said, "That's good too. We have to find something to do anyway. However, even if we are blood payers, we have to do it well. We have to set up a goal so that it will be easier for them to find us when they come up. We can also set up a base for our heavenly armament pavilion. Then what should we name it?" Rui Butong blinked and said, "How about Butong, Blood Payers Hall?" Scram! Dong Wushang raised his thick eyebrows and spat. "Why don't we call it Wushang, Blood Payers Hall?" Rui Butong protested loudly. Mo Lei covered her face and was speechless. She was really puzzled. With such smart people like Chu Yang and Mo Tianji, they actually didn't break down after being with these two for so long. I really admire them. The three of them discussed for a long time. In the end, Mo Lei still lost. Dong Wushang made the final decision. For Three People Hall. This name made Mo Lei twitch for a long time. Tears streamed down her face. Rui Butong was unhappy about Wushang Hall, but neither was Dong Wushang Hall. This was a matter of principle. Rui Butong couldn't win against Dong Wushang, but he didn't give in even when they were fighting S. Everyone came up together. "Why should we use only your name?" The two of them were at a stalemate for a long time before they came up with this name. Dong Wushang was the fourth in the Heavenly Armament Pavilion, and Rui Butong was the oldest. It was exactly the fourth. As for the Three People Hall, wasn't there still Mo Lei? Although Mo Lei didn't belong to the Heavenly Armament Pavilion, she was Dong Wushang's family member. Wouldn't that make three people? Dong Wushang spoke eloquently and Rui Butong was delighted. The two of them reached a consensus for the first time. Only Mo lay or argued with Dong Wushang for a few days over this name. It was too unpleasant to hear. What for 3 people hall? It was simply inappropriate. Such an inappropriate name made Mo lay or feel like she couldn't lift her head, but Mo lay or couldn't do it alone. Dong Wushang and Rui Butong had the advantage in numbers, and they praised this name greatly. The minority obeyed the majority, so the matter was settled. Then the 3 of them went to the Blood Payers Hall to register and receive the mission. Dong Wushang and Rui Butong rubbed their palms together, ready to work hard to create a name for the 4 People Hall in the upper 3 heavens. From then on, the 4 People Hall was established in the upper 3 heavens. The cultivation of the 3 of them was limited, so the first mission they received was only a small one. But Dong Wushang and Rui Butong both had great enthusiasm. Both of them knew that without their brothers here, the situation in the upper 3 heavens had to be created by the 2 of them. Everything had to be done to the best of their ability. At the same time, they couldn't slack off on their cultivation, but it finally opened today. Rui Butong only raised a concern, and he was beaten up by Mo lay, or until he ran away like a rat. At that time, Rui Butong was very worried and sighed. Dong Wushang asked him what he was worried about, and Rui Butong said, "I'm just worried about the 2 of you. There are many things waiting to be done now, and the responsibility is heavy. The 2 of you have to be careful. If by any chance the 4 People Hall will become a 2 People Hall, and then a 4 People Hall, although there's one more person." Before he could finish his words, he was chased by Mo lay, who flew into a rage out of humiliation, the upper 3 heavens. This was a world wrapped in silver. The 2 of them stood on the top of the mountain. Where is this place? Xia Danfeng wrapped the bearskin coat around her tightly, but she still felt cold. This is the land of exile, also the southernmost part of the heavens. Tan Tan looked at the silver world in front of him and said softly, "How did we come here?" Xia Danfeng was a little surprised. She had been unconscious for a few days, and when she woke up, she found herself in a completely unfamiliar place. This feeling was very strange. "I brought you here." Tan Tan was silent for a moment. He wanted to say he brought us here, but after thinking for a long time, he finally swallowed these words back. "When are we going back?" "We're not going back. Let's practice here. This is the fastest way to progress." Tan Tan took out the divine Qi gathering fish from his bosom. Then he shook his hand and threw it into the snow. The snow suddenly melted under the divine Qi gathering fish, and the spiritual energy in the air gradually formed into a storm. Finally, it turned into water droplets and dripped down. In this whole snowy land, there was actually a pool. It was a pool completely made of spiritual energy. It was 10 feet long, 10 feet wide, and 10 feet deep. In the future, when we drink water, we drink the water in here. If you want to take a bath, take the water out and wash. Then what do we eat? There are spirit beasts here. Moreover, under the snow there are vegetables. Although it's not as diverse as on the mainland, it has its own flavor. Oh! And the inner cores of the spirit beasts here are very condensed because of the cold, which is also very beneficial for my cultivation. Tan Tan, where are we going to live? Right here. After a long while, a palace of ice and snow rose from the ground. After entering the palace, it was unexpectedly warm and cozy. I'll get some more spirit beasts' fur to cover the surroundings. This place will be very warm. Tan Tan, are you Tan Tan now? Tan Tan finally became silent. After a long time, he said, "No matter what I've become, I'll always be your Tan Tan." He said somewhat heavily, "Right now, I've just received some memories. So my heart is very heavy, but I'm still me. Do you understand?" Xia Danfeng nodded somewhat confusedly. Then she pondered and probed. "Don't tell me you're not worried about your brothers." Tan Tan was silent. Finally, he raised his head in melancholy. "Danfeng, I know that you think I'm somewhat abnormal, but You know, I had a very clear intuition when I was at the Lake of Despair. Chapter 792. Chu Yang, Du Xing, they are all fine, but I... Tan Tan suddenly grasped Xie Danfeng's hand tightly. There was helplessness in his eyes. I will awaken my strength again and again in the future. I will receive my memories again and again, and recover again and again. Every time I recover, there will be huge movements. I will be with them again. They will never abandon me and run for their lives if they find out. I will only implicate them, and they will die with me. He smiled bitterly. His voice sounded as if he was crying. I can't bear to leave them, especially Chu Yang. But I can only leave. I don't know what I will become in the end. But I'm afraid that I won't be myself. Tan Tan's hand that was holding Xie Danfeng was trembling. So I brought you here by force. He looked deeply into Xie Danfeng's eyes. That strange face of his didn't look so strange at this moment. He then said in a somewhat imploring manner, I need you to remind me at all times that I'm Xie Danfeng, not that person, not that thing. Xie Danfeng's eyes became moist. She tightened her grip on Tan Tan's hand. Her voice was as gentle as water. I will remember. I will remind you. I will never let you become someone else's. Tan Tan cracked a smile. Do you blame me for being selfish? I brought you to this world of ice and snow for myself. Xie Danfeng thought for a moment. She nodded and said yes. So, you must protect me in the future. You must not become someone else's bully. This is your redemption. This is also my compensation. Tan Tan finally laughed cheerfully. His eyebrows began to jump up and down. He happily said, of course. This is something that doesn't need to be said. You are my wife. Shameless. Who said that I am your wife? Xie Danfeng's voice gradually became smaller. Even her neck had turned red. Ha ha ha. Tan Tan laughed foolishly and said, This is the most suitable place for me to practice. We will go out together and look for them when my strength reaches a certain level. He said with some longing, In fact, I like to be with them the most. Xie Danfeng nodded heavily. You also need to cultivate. Come, try this martial art. Back then, only the Holy Mother of the Three Stars Divine Clan was qualified to practice this martial art. This was a dense forest. 7 or 8 people were running in the dense forest in fear, fleeing for their lives. With a schwa sound, a figure landed in front of them. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. A whoop? You bastards, you insulted the Heavenly Armament Pavilion, and you still want to run. This person was wearing a strange mask. There was a wolf's head on the mask, and an eye-catching 5 was engraved on the wolf's head. He was the 5th Pavilion Master of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion, Lord Wolf. He was also the former wolf, sword, martial king, Luo Kadi. The 5 of them knew that they were doomed. They gritted their teeth and said, Lord Wolf, you've already eradicated our families. Do you really have to kill us all? Luo Kadi coldly snorted. If you had obediently tucked your tails between your legs, this king would have disdained to deal with you. The mistake was that you wantonly attacked the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. You deserve to die. The 5 of them roared at the same time and attacked from 5 different directions. Awoo, good timing. Luo Kadi roared. A bright light surrounded his body. His sword was already out of its sheath. With a flash of light and a clang, the sword was sheathed. Luo Kadi flew up like the wind and reached the top of a tree. With another flash, he had already disappeared without a trace. In the dense forest, the 5 of them stared in disbelief. They touched their throats. In the next moment, blood spurted out of their throats at the same time. They fell to the ground with a plop. The Heavenly Armament Pavilion was like the sun. Wherever the Heavenly Armament Pavilion's flag was raised, all the aristocratic families had to give way. Even the dark bamboo had to be courteous to them. This was absolutely unimaginable in the past 3 days. Beside the Lake of Despair, Gu Duxing crawled out of the lake. With a loud roar, he kicked a 10,000-kilogram boulder beside his feet into pieces. I still can't dive to the bottom. Gu Duxing squatted down in pain. Boss, where are you? Where are you? He sat beside the Lake of Despair and stared at the lake for a long time. When the sky turned dark, Gu Duxing finally stood up. With a shrill roar, Gu Duxing turned into sword light and flew up from the Lake of Despair. He rushed down the mountain at lightning speed. Mo Clan. Net Mo Tianji sat in front of his desk and frowned. In front of him, there was a piece of white paper. On it, there were a few big words written in ink. It was obvious that Mo Tianji had yet to complete a task. He was planning Heavenly Armament Pavilion's first year cultivation goal. Gu Duxing, Grade Sword Sovereign. GMO, Grade 5 Martial Emperor. Ao Xian, Mo Tianji thought for a long time. He crossed out the goals that his brothers had reported. He changed Gu Duxing's Grade 8 Sword Sovereign to Grade 8 Sword Sovereign. Gmo's goal was changed to Grade 7. All of them increased by 2 grades, he muttered. Even if I only reach Grade 7, it's still 1 grade higher than Grade 9. Following the calamity, Sword Master only has such a small goal. How can I have to increase my cultivation at all costs. Someone knocked on the door. Mo Tianji agreed. Someone pushed the door open and walked in. Uncle, how do you feel today? Mo Tianji raised his head. When he saw the person, he smiled. It was the Black Devil. It's better than yesterday. The Black Devil laughed and said, I know what you've been worrying about these few days. So, I thought of a secret technique of the Black Devil clan. I want to see if it can help you. Secret technique? Mo Tianji's eyes brightened. The reason why the Black Devil clan is strong is not because of killing people. It's because of hiding. The Black Devil laughed. He took out a book and placed it on the table. If you really want to rush up to the upper 3 heavens, then you'll have enemies everywhere, and they'll all be very strong. Hiding and invisibility will become a must-cultivate technique. He placed the book on the table and smiled. He limped out and said, I'm going to play chess with old Mo Tianji's eyes swept across the book. His expression turned serious. This was an ancient book. The paper was very fragile. It looked as if it would break with a touch. It was unknown how old it was. On the cover, there were 5 words. Assassination Manual. He carefully flipped open the cover and saw the words on the title page. Stealth must be traceless. Killing must be invisible. Clear water enters the sea. Golden dragon hides in the clear sky. Mo Tianji flipped through the pages. The more he read, the more excited he became. Finally, he hurriedly wrote a few notes and sent them out. In another place, Ao Xiaoyun and Xia Danqiong were practicing. Both of them were sweaty and in a sorry state. The viburnum flowers danced in the air, brushing past him. Ao Xiaoyun couldn't dodge in time, and the clothes on his legs turned into butterflies and flew away. Xia Danqiong suddenly screamed and looked at Ao Xiaoyun's legs. On Ao Xiaoyun's legs, golden scales had already attached to his calf and were shining. Xiaoyun, your dragon scales have grown so fast these few days. Xia Danqiong said excitedly. Yes, I don't know why, but I've been dreaming of becoming a dragon every night. It's strange, Ao Xiaoyun said with some frustration and expectation. But this is still a good thing. Xia Danqiong said. Yes. At this rate, if you don't stop, your dragon scales will reach your waist in half a year at most. By then, you'll be able to open the dragon vein treasure. So, I plan to send the news to Mo Tianji and Gu Duxing tomorrow. By then, everyone will come together to open the treasure. Ao Xiaoyin said. Xia Danqiong hesitated for a while and said, "This is something that the Ao clan has guarded for thousands of years. It's not good for all of us to come." Ao Xiaoyin smiled lightly and said, "When Boss Chu was around, he never split the good things between us. Gu Duxing followed Boss Chu for the longest time, but I don't see Boss Chu giving him any special treatment. Everyone is the same. Do I, Ao Xiaoyin, have to take it all for myself?" He sighed and said, "Besides, I also understand. If I don't have all of you, what's the point of me going alone? Not to mention the heaven-defying things in the treasure vault. Even if all the powers of the upper three heavens were added together, there would be nothing in the upper three heavens." The people of the big clans are all here at the Lake of Despair. We also saw the demeanor of the big clans. But if they can stand firm in the upper three heavens, can't we? How are they stronger than us? Ao Xiaoyin said angrily, "That's why I want to charge forward with my brothers, especially Li Batian and Qin Feiqin, as well as those bastards from the Shi clan and Xiao clan. We'll kill all of them." Xia Danqiong laughed loudly. At this moment, someone came to report. "Young master, clan leader Mo has sent a message. He wants you to go over as soon as possible." Ao Xiaoyin and Xia Danqiong looked at each other. "It seems like there's something. Let's go." "All right, this way. I won't have to inform them. We can just come over from there." "Yes, bring some weights and train along the way. Don't let those freaks leave us behind." "You're right." At different locations, GMO, Gu Duxing, Luo Kadi, and the rest all received Mo Tianji's message. The brothers gathered from all directions once again in the far north wastelands, Duke Yu's cave residence. Duke Yu felt refreshed. He came out of the cave and waved his hands. The cave closed. He flew up and rushed in another direction. "It's been so long. I wonder how Zhu's seclusion is going." Duke Yu thought as he walked. That bastard Chuyang can't have really drowned at the bottom of the Lake of Despair, right? That would be a joke. The Calamity Sword phenomenon has already appeared. This means that the Calamity Sword Master isn't dead. Since he's not dead, where did he go? He thought for a while and had no idea. He thought, "I'll go and find Zhu first and settle the marriage between Lulu and me. I can't calm down if this matter is left hanging." During this period of time, Big Boss Chu was in charge of the purple crystals Huichan Hall. In the blink of an eye, it had been close to a month since the purple crystals Huichan Hall opened. In the first few days, they relied on divine Dr. Chu to go out every night and then continue to treat the fruits of their labor the next day to earn purple crystals. Happy face, carrot online game. Burning to waste because of a resurrection technique skill book, Ling offended one of the strongest guilds in the human kingdom. He was then banned and his level dropped to 0. However, an accident allowed Ling to obtain memories from the future. Dungeon strategies, hidden missions, locations of treasure chests, and powerful players in the future. Ling knew all of them like the back of his hand. After starting over again, Ling wanted to change his profession to the best hidden profession. Learn the best magic, get the strongest weapons and equipment, bring the strongest pets, find all the treasure chests in the world, get the first clear of all dungeons, recruit the strongest players, and build the strongest guild. Then he would destroy everything in his path as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Chapter 793, Part 7, Chapter 10. The Chu clan's internal strife. Forced abdication. It must be said that robbing once and collecting medical fees again was actually a fast way to earn money. But slowly, divine Dr. Chu's black-hearted reputation spread out, but so did his superb medical skills. From the 10th day onwards, he actually didn't need to go out and rob people. The number of customers increased. And they were basically old injuries. Everyone was from the pugilistic world. As the saying goes, who wouldn't get stabbed in the pugilistic world. Once they got stabbed, who could guarantee that they could be cured? This batch of customers were basically old people. Their cultivations weren't very high, but they had important positions in their respective clans and had some real power. In fact, this matter was completely logical and reasonable. Those with high cultivations were basically suppressed by their profound cultivation, so their injuries weren't serious for the time being. Those with low status couldn't afford the huge medical fees here either. Only those who had been injured in the past, but for various reasons, did not get rid of the root cause, which then developed into chronic diseases. Moreover, these people lived like princes, and as their cultivation declined, these chronic diseases began to surface. And it was precisely this type of illness that gave all the doctors a headache. Who dared to say that they could be cured of the injuries from decades ago? At most, they could only be relieved and relaxed for a while. It was simply a fool's dream to get rid of this type of illness. Apart from these people, there were also some clan leaders and elders from small clans. Of course, they weren't clans like the Chu clan. The Chu clan wasn't big in the heavens, but in the flat mountain ridge, it was still considered very big. Such a change made Chu Fian widen his eyes. The little lowly Chu Lu also ran around energetically every day. Divine Dr. Chu was very busy now. His money was rolling in, but Divine Dr. Chu was annoyed again. Only 100 or 200 purple crystals entered his account every day. When would he be able to earn so much? Divine Dr. Chu looked up to the sky and sighed. He was extremely depressed. If he said this out, the Chu clan would beat him up into a pig's head. It should be known that such a big clan like the Chu clan only had a little more than 100 purple crystals left after deducting all expenses. St. Hall now, this guy was earning 100 or 200 purple crystals a day, and he actually thought that it was too little. So, Divine Dr. Chu learned from the painful experience and resolutely raised the threshold. If you want to see a doctor, you won't see a doctor if it's less than 100 purple crystals. This action attracted a lot of curses, but there was nothing they could do. Seeing that Boss Chu was like a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water, they really couldn't do anything to him. The only clan in the flat mountain ridge that could control the Chu clan was the Shao clan's branch, but it had been crippled by Divine Dr. Chu. The remaining Bao clan and Liao clan didn't dare to provoke Divine Dr. Chu, who had the backing of the Chu clan. Moreover, after the incident with Xiao Yilong, he didn't even dare to use any dirty tricks. They could only watch him act arrogantly. Although the price had been raised by 5 times, there were still many patients who needed treatment every day. Thus, Divine Dr. Chu felt at ease. He was so happy that he forgot about his duties. After a month, the net profit had already reached over 8,000 purple crystals. In addition to the 4,000 pieces that Chu Yang originally had, the number of purple crystals had broken through the terrifying 10,000. On this day, Chu Yang received 2 messages at the same time. The first one made Chu Yang want to laugh even in his dreams. There was a conflict between the Shao clan and the Li clan. Currently, there was a serious conflict between both parties. The Shao clan couldn't care about the matters here for the time being. To the Shao clan, a mere clan in the flat mountain ridge was really nothing. If there was nothing going on normally, they would naturally treat it as a big matter. But now there were so many things going on. The Li clan had a calamity. The Shao clan wasn't far from the Li clan, so the Shao clan knew how to make a choice. For the conflict between the clan and the law enforcement officers, the Shao clan had given enough sincerity to apologize, 20,000 purple crystals, to compensate the law enforcement officers of the law enforcement hall for their losses, and to express their gratitude to the law enforcement hall for dealing with Xiao Yilong's matter. They had helped them clean up the mess. Of course, no one knew what their real thoughts were, but at least on the surface, they were so harmonious. Sacred Hall, the Shao clan's purple crystals were quickly handed over to the law enforcement officers. The law enforcement master of the law enforcement officers detained 10,000 purple crystals and allocated another 10,000 purple crystals to the law enforcement hall in the flat mountain ridge. Sha Xinliang had secretly sent 1,000 purple crystals to divine Dr. Chu. Of course, everyone was well aware of the reason behind this. As early as a month ago, divine Dr. Chu had warned Commander Sha, "No matter what, you can't tell others that I've treated your illness. That is to say, we're strangers in front of everyone." Sha Xinliang agreed readily. So he would do these things very secretly in the future. After receiving the reply from the Shao clan, Sha Xinliang beheaded Shao Yulong and the others in public as a warning to others. So the Shao clan's matter came to an end. Divine Dr. Chu was most interested in the conflict between the Li clan and the Shao clan, but he didn't know the details because the information was blocked and couldn't be circulated. Apart from this depression, divine Dr. Chu was very satisfied with this matter. The second matter made divine Dr. Chu want to kill people even in his dreams. The matter happened in the Chu clan. Seeing that divine Dr. Chu's profits could no longer be described as earning a lot of money every day, and that his monthly profits had actually exceeded the annual net profits of the Chu clan, they immediately became envious. Everyone had worked hard for the Chu clan for so many years. You've just been found, and your position in the Chu clan hasn't stabilized yet. But you actually took such a big pie for yourself, and you didn't even express anything? You're too insensible, and you're even using the foundation that we've worked so hard for so many years, so everyone suggested to old Master Chu, take back this medical center, or let this medical center hand over half of its net profit every month. Someone was secretly manipulating this matter. The entire Chu clan was actually in an uproar. Everyone was dissatisfied. Chu Failong had been expanding his henchmen and taking in the clan's forces these years. His means were brilliant, and he was sensitive and deep. With his current strength, he had already formed a great influence. Hundreds of people came together to force Chu Failong to abdicate, and they were all outstanding talents from various industries in the Chu clan. There was no lack of martial arts experts among them. Old Master Chu was furious. In the hall of the Chu clan, old Master Chu's temper was provoked, and he roared for the whole afternoon. But hundreds of people were still kneeling rigidly, and no one was willing to back down. Chu Xiongqing was furious, and he finally became furious. "That's my grandson, and he's my eldest grandson. He's the descendant of the Chu clan. Which of the Chu clan's younger brothers doesn't have an important position now? My eldest grandson is only in charge of a pharmacy, and it's my eldest grandson who bought it and turned it into his personal property. What right do you have to be unhappy? Others have the ability to earn purple crystals, and you're jealous of them? Why don't you go and earn it? You only know how to be jealous and covet other people's achievements? A bunch of bastards." Old Master Chu stomped his feet and scolded. These words were very satisfying, but it also aroused the anger of the crowd. Or rather, Chu Failong instigated everyone to do this just to force old Master Chu to say these words. A malicious-looking man raised his head and said, "Master, do you mean that many of us are making trouble for no reason?" Chu Xiongqing was furious. "Why, aren't we?" That person let out a sorrowful laugh and said, "Honorable Patriarch, it has been 33 years since this lowly one joined the Chu clan. In these 33 years, this lowly one has been blessed by Honorable Patriarch. This lowly one can be considered to have worked hard without complaint. Starting as a martial warrior, I gradually became a junior deacon, then a deputy supervisor, then a supervisor, then a senior deacon, until now, although this lowly one cannot be considered to be a part of the Chu clan, this lowly one has still put in some effort. In order to manage my affairs well and not disappoint you, I didn't even have time to practice martial arts. I buried myself in the accounts and dealt with the numbers. I started to curry favor with various people and only hoped to make the Chu clan rich. Clan master, perhaps you don't know, but 33 years ago, I was an 8th stage martial king. Now I'm a 5th stage martial king. Haha, 33 years, and you've only risen by 1 stage. This man laughed, and he was filled with endless grief and indignation. I'm not talented, but 33 years ago I was only 25 years old. Now I'm 58 years old. The Chu clan's annual income is at most 2,300 purple crystals. But everyone was already very satisfied then, because this is enough for the clan to nurture experts, protect the clan, develop its strength, and stabilize it. Now, there's obviously a chance for the clan to soar. The monthly income of a medical center is 8,000 purple crystals. The middle-aged man was almost shouting at the top of his lungs, "Master, 8,000 purple crystals! This is enough for the Chu clan's overall strength to rise by 1 stage. If it's 8,000 purple crystals a month for 2 years, the Chu clan can completely transform. Countless martial artists who are stuck in bottlenecks can break through with the energy of these purple crystals." The man hissed, "I'm now in charge of external affairs. I'm only a manager, and I don't have a high cultivation. How much of these purple crystals can I enjoy? Am I only doing this for my own benefit? Now, for your own grandson, you're indiscriminately biased. We're doing this for the Chu clan wholeheartedly, and we're being unreasonable." He said mournfully, "This lowly one also understands that Lord Patriarch feels that he owes his grandson and wants to make up for it. That's why you're doing this. Moreover, young Master Chu Failing did by the medical center and gave it to his son. Logically speaking, it's indeed his personal property. But even if he's your grandson, his surname is Chu. Even if he's a person, he should be the property of the Chu clan. Why does he still have personal property?" He turned around and faced the crowd. "Did we do anything wrong? Did I say anything wrong? Why are we being treated like this?" Everyone's faces were filled with grief and indignation. The man turned around and knelt on the ground. He kowtowed a few times to Chu Xiongqing. Then he raised his head and revealed a disheartened look. He said sternly, "Clan master, I'm already old and mentally and physically exhausted. I can't bear this heavy responsibility. Clan master, please allow me to return to my hometown and live out my remaining years. I have something to do today, and it'll take a long time. I might not be able to return at night. So I stayed up the whole night and rushed out 2 chapters for today's update. I'll also ask for a recommendation." Chapter 794. Chu Xiongqing's face turned pale. "Are you forcing me? As a steward, you should know what personal assets are and what clan assets are. Why are you still being so unreasonable?" This person knelt down quietly and kowtowed again. He revealed a disheartened expression and said, "It's all my fault. I only hope that clan master will allow me to retire and return to my hometown, St. Hall." Chu Xiongqing stared at him, and his breathing became more and more rapid. Suddenly he roared, "Since this is the case, why should I keep you around? If you want to retire and return to your hometown, I'll allow it." This person's face turned pale, and he said, "Thank you, Clan Master Chu." He had already changed his address from Clan Master to Clan Master Chu. It was obvious that he didn't admit that he was from the Chu clan. Everyone's expression changed. Another white-bearded elder said hurriedly, "Clan Master, Steward Wu has always been responsible and diligent. Please take back your order." Chu Xiongqing's anger couldn't be contained. He said loudly he wants to leave. "What can I do?" Everyone looked at each other. Suddenly, a few of them gritted their teeth and stood up. We also want to retire and return to our hometown. Please allow us to do so. With these few people taking the lead, the others knelt down at the same time. We're also old and don't have much time left. We want to retire and enjoy the rest of our lives. Please allow us to do so. Chu Xiongqing was so angry that his entire body was trembling. His beard moved even though there was no wind. He was about to roar, "Leave, leave!" Chu Fei Long had been standing by the side. At this moment, he suddenly stepped forward and said loudly, "Everyone, please don't be impatient. Please listen to me, Chu Fei Long, okay?" Everyone said, "Second Master, please speak your mind." Chu Fei Long frowned and said, "Everyone is loyal to the clan. Everything you do is for the clan. Although your methods are a little extreme, I can understand that you're doing this for the good of the clan. I can understand that, but it doesn't make sense for you to be so intense. How can you be so forceful?" Chu Fei Long's gaze was serious, and he said righteously, "Since things have happened, there must be a solution. What's the effect of being forceful? If everyone goes their separate ways, it will be a huge loss for my Chu clan. But everyone, I don't think you'll be any better off, right?" Everyone immediately calmed down. The chaotic situation just now suddenly became somewhat quiet, as if everyone was seriously thinking about it. Net, this fully reflected Chu Fei Long's prestige in the Chu clan. Then, in your opinion, how should this matter be resolved? That grizzled, bearded old man seemed to be somewhat unconvinced. He said, "That's right. This is the Chu clan's matter, and we only exist because we depend on the Chu clan. Who wouldn't want their family to be strong?" Who wouldn't want to look down on all heroes? But the old master's actions truly make us bitterly disappointed. Everyone sighed. Chu Fei Long said angrily, "What are you talking about? My father's temper isn't good, but he doesn't have any bad intentions. Besides, we've all known each other for so many years. Don't you all understand my father's temper? What's the reason for forcing me to do this?" Everyone looked ashamed and lowered their heads one after another. Only then did old Master Chu feel a little better. But in the next moment, everyone raised their heads at the same time. They said with some grief and indignation, "However, if we allow such a huge amount of wealth to be gathered in the hands of one person, we're still a little." Chu Fei Long was instantly enraged. "That's my nephew's personal wealth. Besides, only he has this ability. If it's an ordinary person, not only would he not be able to earn so much, he would also suffer losses. There are countless medical centers in the flat mountain ridge, but which one can do this? Are you all really going to be entangled in this matter? It's not that we're unreasonable, but this amount of wealth is really too big. The entire clan has more than 20,000 people. If we include the outsiders and ordinary members, it's almost 30,000. It's only about 1,000 purple crystals a year. Now, just one person is occupying at least 100,000 purple crystals a year. Second Master, this matter, don't tell me." Chu Fei Long snorted and said, "Then in your opinion, what should we do?" "Take it back." Everyone said in unison. Net. Chu Fei Long said angrily, "Do you think we can take it back just because you say so? If we take it back, who will take over the management of the clan? To practice medicine? Do you all have this ability? What if my nephew can't take it anymore and stops? He's just returned from outside and doesn't know much about the clan. If he's pressured like this, how can you bear to do this? Besides, wouldn't that be a huge loss to the clan?" Everyone looked at each other. The white-bearded elder stepped forward and said, "Second Master, I have an idea." "Speak," Chu Fei Long said coldly. "Actually, no matter what, young Master Chu Yang is still a member of the Chu clan. This is an unchangeable fact. Since he's a member of the Chu clan, he has the responsibility and obligation to seek benefits for the clan, and not to fill his own pockets with profits. The old man spoke with conviction. Since second master is also concerned about this aspect, it's not like I haven't considered it before. In my humble opinion, we can take the medical center back and young Master Chu Yang will still be the chief doctor. However, for the sake of fairness, we can let Ting Hu and Ting Jiao assist young Master Chu Yang in managing the medical center. After all, they're all grandsons of the clan master. It's not good to be too biased. Besides, regarding the distribution of profits, young Master Chu Yang can monopolize 20% of the profits. Ting Hu and Ting Jiao can only share 10%. The remaining 70% will be given to the clan to develop its power. As long as we have these purple crystals, the Chu clan can become the #1 clan in the flat mountain ridge within a year. Furthermore, we can even develop into the #1 clan in the entire southeast region, excluding the Shao clan. This is the biggest Leduo of our Chu clan for generations. Chu Fei Long was silent. He frowned and sighed continuously. The white-bearded elder said anxiously, "Second master, clan master, you can't hesitate. Now, the Shao clan is in conflict with the Li clan outside. Even when the branch here is destroyed, the Shao clan has no time to care about it. Now is the best time for us to develop. If the conflict between the Shao clan and the Li clan is over, we'll really lose this opportunity." These words were explained with emotions, moved with reason, and tempted with benefits. He explained it from all aspects. Especially towards the end, old Master Chu, who was the most stubborn, couldn't help but be moved. Chu Fei Long pondered for a while and said, "It's not impossible, and it's indeed a heaven-sent opportunity." He sighed, turned around, and said, "Father, you also understand. This son thinks that this matter is actually a very good thing for our Chu clan. Although Yang is a little aggrieved, he can monopolize 20% of the profits. That's at least 1,500 purple crystals a month. Then, no matter how he cultivates, it'll be enough. Even if big brother and sister-in-law cultivate in the most extravagant way, it'll be more than enough." Chu Xiongcheng's face was solemn, and he said, "Let me think carefully." "Yes." Chu Fei Long said respectfully. Then he struck while the iron was hot and said, "Father, there's also Steward Wu." He proposed to leave because of a moment of indignation. Actually, Steward Wu is very capable. Over the years, he has made great contributions to the Chu clan. This matter is all for the sake of the clan. Father, please consider it carefully. Forgive him for being rash and take back your order." These words not only affirmed Steward Wu's capability and showed his loyalty, but also gave old Master Chu a way out. Below, Steward Wu knelt down and kowtowed, saying, "I was muddle-headed. Please forgive me." Chu Xiongqing sighed and said, "Forget it, forget it." If he insisted on being stubborn, the Chu clan would fall apart in front of him. This was the most unacceptable thing for a clan master and a person in power. But if he didn't insist, he would only mistreat his grandson, who had been mistreated for 18.5 years. Chu Xiongqing sighed. "Does this grandson of mine only have the fate of being mistreated? Even I, the patriarch of the family, couldn't protect him? If this is the case, this child doesn't have much sense of identity with this clan." In this way, he won't feel any warmth. Furthermore, Chu Yang has the life and death order of the elder. If this goes on, is the division of the Chu clan really inevitable? After coming out of the hall, Chu Xiongcheng went straight to Chu Feiling's courtyard with a heavy heart. In the hall behind him, Chu Fei Long looked at the 100 people in front of him and smiled slightly. His square and dignified face suddenly revealed a trace of a smile, which actually looked very sinister. After Chu Xiongcheng walked out of Chu Feiling's courtyard, an unprecedented war broke out in Chu Feiling's courtyard. Yang Ruolan gritted her teeth and fought with Chu Feiling crazily. Yang Ruolan was really going crazy. Is he only a descendant of the Chu clan? He's also my son. How can the Chu clan be considered a big clan when you go back on your words? Do you rely on despicable and shameless schemes to grow strong? Chu Fei-ling, you're such a good person. Will you only be satisfied after you're framed? I'll bring my son back to my parents' house tomorrow. Does the Chu clan want to earn purple crystals? Go and earn it yourself. What's the point of using my son? Could it be that a capable person is wrong? Is it a crime to be able to earn purple crystals? Your whole family is trash. You've lost money to him for 18 years. Now that he's just come back and is starting to improve, you actually start to bully him. Clan. You talk about your clan every time you open your mouth. I only acknowledge my son. Whoever dares to bully him, you can try. If they can bully my son, do you think that I, Yang Ruolan, am so soft-hearted that I don't dare to bully their son? If they can't beat him, we'll all die together. Chu Fei-ling, if anything happens to my son, I'll make sure that the Chu clan doesn't have any descendants. I'll kill them all one by one. Who do you think you are? This was the first time that Yang Ruolan, who had always been docile, was so angry that she was hysterical. She directly scolded without caring about the consequences. Her voice was so loud that the entire Chu clan could hear it clearly. Chapter 795. Old Master Chu stopped on the road and heaved a long sigh as he listened to the angry roars coming from the courtyard. He was so conflicted that his intestines were all twisted together. Old Master Chu had always been puzzled. I'm not fit to be a clan master. I'm just an adventurer. I've always kept a respectful distance from these power struggles. I admit that I'm an idiot. But why did Elder Master appoint me as the clan master? It's a pity that I've been roasted on this raging fire for so many years. That morning, a clan meeting was held. There was no suspense at all. Chu Fei-ling and his wife's objections, as well as Duan Shi's and the rest's opinions, were all ignored. Almost unanimously, the resolution was passed. The core members of the clan didn't put a mere Chu Yang in their eyes in the face of such huge benefits. A person who just came back, who has exquisite medical skills, and whose martial cultivation has been crippled, is nothing more than a waste. Occupying more than 100,000 purple crystals every year? Some people couldn't be justified. Yang Ruolin overturned the meeting table on the spot. She kicked the table in front of Chu Fei-ling and picked up the table beside her. She smashed it on Chu Fei-ling's head. After that, she slapped Chu Fei-ling's face a few times. She pointed at Chu Fei-long and shouted angrily, Chu Fei-long, I know this is your idea. Let me tell you, I can tolerate what happened in the past. But from now on, if you dare to touch a single hair on my son, I'll kill 3 of your sons. This action shocked everyone in the Chu clan who was present at the meeting. Chu Fei-long couldn't dodge, but Yang Ruolin was his sister-in-law. As the saying goes, a sister-in-law is more important than a mother. He could only endure it in front of everyone. Chu Fei-long wiped the sawdust off his face. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He laughed bitterly. Sister-in-law, you're too aggressive. I have no choice but to do this for the sake of the prosperity of our clan. Yang Ruolin snorted mockingly and said, You know why I did this. If you don't want to have no descendants, you'd better behave yourself. Yang Ruolan kicked a few tables that were closest to her and sent them flying. Then she walked out with large strides and left behind a few words. You're just a bunch of rabble who are jealous of talents. You actually want to develop and strengthen your family. What a joke. This sentence actually scolded the entire Chu clan. Chu Fei-ling hurriedly chased after her. He was worried that something would happen to his wife in her rage. Silence reigned once more. Old Master Chu's face darkened. One of the deacons plucked up his courage and said, How can you say this? First Madam is so narrow-minded. Fighting for power and profit is not the way of a daughter-in-law. Master, I suggest that she—" Before he finished speaking, Chu Fei Long had already stood up and slapped him across the face. He said angrily, "That's my sister-in-law. Whatever she does to me is what I should do. Who do you think you are? How dare you meddle in our family affairs?" That person's boot-licking had hit the horse's leg, and he was immediately battered and exhausted. That palm-sized slap made him see stars in front of his eyes, and he was at a loss. Chu Fei Long wiped away his cold sweat. Asking Chu Yang to hand over the medical center had already made Master feel disgusted. If Chu Yang also proposed to punish Yang Ruolan at this time, Master would already feel sorry for Chu Yang. How could he deal with Chu Yang's mother? Perhaps the old master would explode on the spot, and everything would be ruined. Chu Fei Long stopped him at the right time. The old master was about to explode, but he restrained himself because of Chu Yang's action. Chu Yang was in the medical center. He grabbed the hand of a shifty-looking old man and was trying his best to steal purple crystals. The matter between the Xiao clan and the Li clan really made Big Boss Chu very happy. So he was smiling all the time today. Seeing that it was almost noon, Big Boss Chu had just sent away the last patient. He propped up his legs and was about to drink tea and hum a few songs. Then he saw two people coming in. They were handsome, wearing a brocade robe and smiling. "Big brother, you're busy here." Chu Yang smiled instantly. "Why are you here?" "From now on, we'll be working under Big Brother." Chu Tinghu smiled and looked at Chu Yang. "The clan has sent us here." Chu Yang's heart moved. He smiled and said, "Oh, the clan has other arrangements for this medical center." Chu Tinghu looked at Chu Yang with pity and said, "Big brother, after all, we're from the Chu clan. Everything we do is for the clan." Chu Tingjia laughed and said, "Big brother, your place is really shabby. You don't even have a place to sit?" Squinting his eyes, Chu Yang smiled gently. "In other words, you're here to take up your duties today?" Chu Tinghu bowed. "We'll have to depend on you." Chu Fian couldn't hold back his anger and asked, "When did this happen? Why don't I know about it?" Chu Tinghu said, "Fourth uncle didn't go home these few days. This is today's decision." Chu Fian was so angry that his whole body trembled. This is Yang Yang's property. Why does the clan want to interfere? What's the reason? Chu Tinghu smiled. "The clan has decided to take back this medical center." "Bullshit!" Chu Fian said angrily, "I'll go back and ask." "No need, fourth brother." Chu Fei Long walked in with a few accountants and smiled. "This is father's decision. If you go back and ask, you'll only make him angry." As he said, he took out the clan warrant and showed it to Chu Yang. Chu Fian felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He took 2 steps back and felt cold all over. Chu Fei Long announced the clan's decision on the spot. The medical center would be taken back by the clan. Chu Yang would be appointed as the chief physician of the Purple Crystals Huichun Hall and would have 20% of the profits. Chu Tinghu would be the shopkeeper and would have 5% of the profits. Chu Tengjiao would be the accountant and would have 5% of the profits. The remaining 70% would be taken back by the clan. The clan would also send 2 servants and 3 old doctors to fill up the shop. Such a decision was equivalent to making Chu Yang a mere figurehead. He wouldn't have any finance or power left in his hands. After the announcement, Chu Fian flew into a rage. "Chu Lu!" pursed her lips and didn't say anything. "Chu Yang, did you hear that?" Chu Fei Long looked at Chu Yang amiably. Chu Yang nodded slightly and smiled. "Of course, the clan's decision is right." "That means you'll obey the clan's decision?" Chu Fei Long couldn't help but be stunned. "Of course, I'm willing to give up everything for the clan, not to mention a medical center." Chu Yang said seriously, "Second uncle, After all, my surname is Chu. Very good. Chu Failong felt that he had punched the air. Facing Chu Yang, who was extremely cooperative, he had nowhere to exert his strength. A very depressed feeling arose spontaneously. During this period, Chu Failong had spent a lot of effort to investigate the relationship between Chu Yang and the law enforcer. But no matter what he saw or heard, he didn't feel anything unusual. Ever since Xiao Yulong's case was over, both parties had no contact. But Chu Failong still didn't dare to lay his hands on Chu Yang. Then he planned for a long time before coming up with this plan. Use the clan's power to force Chu Yang. Even if the law enforcer intervened, this was still a clan matter. As long as Chu Yang was slightly dissatisfied, he could punish him according to the clan's laws. However, Chu Yang's current cooperative attitude had rendered all of his tricks useless. Could it be that his only gain was the shares and dividends that he snatched from Chu Yang? This made Chu Failong very unwilling. He always felt that Chu Yang's presence in the Chu clan was a huge, hidden danger to him. A huge threat. Good. The future of this medical center is in your hands. Chu Failong laughed and was about to leave. Second uncle, wait a moment, Chu Yang said calmly. What's the matter? Chu Failong was delighted. Is this little one going to contradict me now? I just want to ask, now that this medical center has been taken back by the clan, who's the person in charge here? That is to say, under the condition that the clan doesn't interfere, who has the final say in this medical center? Chu Yang asked calmly. Chu Failong stared at him and didn't answer for a long time. Chu Yang's question was asked very calmly, but Chu Failong clearly knew that this sentence was Chu Yang's counterattack, and this counterattack put him in a difficult position. On the first day that Chu Yang woke up, he gave Chu Failong a warning. Chu Failong was more afraid of Chu Yang than anyone else in the Chu clan. If he said that Chu Yang had the final say, then Chu Yang would have obtained the clan's authorization. He would have countless means to keep the purple crystals. In that case, it would only be in the name of the clan. In fact, it would still be Chu Yang's own medical center. His two sons wouldn't be able to get any benefits and would even get into trouble. Compared to Chu Yang's scheming, the two of them weren't on the same level. If he said that his eldest son, Chu Tinghu, had the final say, then Chu Yang was afraid that he would bring endless trouble to this medical center. And any trouble could only be borne by the person in charge. Chu Yang could reject all of them with one sentence. I'm only a doctor, not a boss. I don't care about that. He could reject all of them. For the first time, Chu Failong felt that it was tricky. He was silent for a long time and finally thought, if this is the case, it's good. It's a good opportunity to train Tinghu's ability to take charge. If he can fight against Chu Yang and gain an advantage, or even not suffer big loss, then he'll be considered to have really trained from a certain point of view. This is actually a good thing. Humph, Chu Failong has always advocated benevolence, considering the big picture and being righteous. His son shouldn't lay his hands on his own brothers. Moreover, I'll always be there to help him come up with plans, thus he said. It seems that the shopkeeper has the final say in the external affairs of the clan. Chu Failong would never have thought that it was this sentence of his that almost pushed his two sons into the abyss of eternal damnation. Chu Failong didn't know that Chu Yang was the king of Hell Chu. He didn't know anything about Chu Yang's past, and now that the double sky was closed, he had no way to inquire about it. If he knew, even if he was given the courage of the heavens, he would never dare to put his two children next to the king of hell who could swallow millions of troops with just one mouth. I took my wife out to play for my small family and lifelong happiness. I'll make sure to write 2 chapters a day for the next few days. About 5 days, hee hee. Chapter 796. Chapter 72. If you behave atrociously, I'll keep you company others may have compassion and compassion. But King of Hell, Chu doesn't have any compassion or compassion. As for brotherly affection, it depends on who you are with. If it were others, they would definitely cherish their home after wandering outside for 18 years. They would be well behaved and only hope that they could integrate into their family as soon as possible. But Chu Yang was different. He also cherished his home, but he wouldn't be well behaved, nor would he swallow his pride. And the consequence of him cherishing his home even more was everyone who affected the peace of this family, no matter who they were, would be eradicated. If Chu Feilong really knew about Chu Yang's past, he might not even dare to scheme for this medical hall. As someone who was always scheming and scheming, Chu Feilong knew better than anyone else how frightening intelligence could be. He could kill millions of soldiers just like that. Why would he care about the two of you? How laughable would that be, placing the two of you by King of Hell Chu's side and taking the fruits of King of Hell Chu's labor? This was definitely 10,000 times more frightening than asking a tiger for its skin. After getting an affirmative answer, Chu Yang smiled amiably and said, "If that's the case, I understand. Second uncle, don't worry. I'll do my best as the chief physician and assist second brother to bring our purple crystals Huichun Hall to greater heights. In the future, when the purple crystals Huichun Hall becomes famous and the Chu clan becomes stronger, second brother's name will also become famous." Chu Feilong stared at him for a while and finally said, "The clan's punishment for cheating and scheming is also quite severe." Chu Yang smiled frankly and said, "Second uncle, do I look like someone who doesn't care about the big picture? After all, this is our clan's business. We're brothers whose blood is thicker than water." Chu Feilong thought, "What do you mean by look like?" "You're definitely one." He snorted and said, "It's best that you think this way." He turned and left. "You're going too far." Chu Feiyan was so angry that his whole body trembled. He didn't care about Chu Lu's persuasion and chased after him. Chu Yang stroked Chu Lu's hair lovingly and said, "Lu, I don't need you here. Go to the room inside and watch Lucian." Chu Lu looked at him strangely. Chu Yang's face was calm, but his smile was warm. After a long while, Chu Lu tiptoed and kissed Chu Yang's face. She smiled happily and said, "Big brother, I'll go and watch the show then." Chu Yang was talking about reading books, but the little girl was talking about watching a show. When Chu Fian came back, his face was bruised and his clothes were tattered. He cursed angrily. His expression was one of disappointment, pain, sadness, and disbelief. "Are you my second brother or not?" "Are you still the old Chu Feilong? Where's your heart? Where did the previous Chu Feilong go? Why did you become like this?" "Why?" Chu Fian thought about how he had only received Chu Feilong's cold and indifferent gaze when he asked Chu Feilong over and over again. Chu Feilong felt as if a knife was being twisted in his heart. Chu Feilong doesn't even feel guilty. Chu Fian, who was in a terrible mood, went back to the medical center. He ignored everyone and rushed into the inner courtyard. "Fourth uncle, aren't you going home?" Chu Tinghu smiled and asked. Yes, the clan had taken back the medical center. They didn't arrange for Chu Fian to work here. As a shopkeeper who had just obtained power, Chu Tinghu naturally felt that his fourth uncle was too much of a hindrance here. Chu Fian stopped in his tracks. He turned his head and smiled at Chu Tinghu. "Why, Tinghu, do you want to command your fourth uncle too?" Chu Tinghu's expression changed. He lowered his head and said, "I'm sorry, fourth uncle. I'm just concerned about you." Chu Fian laughed weirdly and said, "When I want to go back, I'll go back. When I don't want to go back, it's not up to you to tell me what to do. Do you understand? This is the territory of the Chu clan. You can go wherever you want to go. Do you understand?" Chu Tanghu lowered his head and said respectfully, "Fourth uncle, you're right. I'm being presumptuous." But a cold light flashed across his eyes secretly. Chu Fian said angrily, I'm asking you. Do you understand? You should answer understand or don't understand. You're not here to flatter me. Chu Tinghu's face turned red. He could only say, I understand. If you understand, you'd better behave yourself. Don't learn from your father to be evil. Chu Fian snorted and left. After all, Chu Tinghu was his nephew. Although Chu Fian's last sentence seemed to be scolding him, even Chu Yang could tell how much earnest and sincere hope he had. The servants came in an endless stream, bringing in new tables and chairs. The place was densely packed. The head shopkeeper and the head accountant each carried out their duties. The two old physicians also sat in the hall to treat patients. Everyone was in their respective positions. Hence, the Purple Crystals Huichun Hall continued its business. Chu Yang sat calmly on his chief doctor chair. His expression was calm and natural. It seemed that this great change of power had no effect on him at all. It didn't even have the right to make his mood fluctuate. Such composure made Chu Tinghu's eyes flicker a few times. The fear in his eyes became more and more intense. His killing intent and evil thoughts also became more and more uncontrollable. If he didn't come back, the position of clan master of the Chu clan would have been my father. After my father would have been mine. But he came back, and judging from his scheming and shrewdness, he's really my biggest rival. You're just a bastard who has led a wandering life since young. What right do you have to compete with me? If I don't get rid of you, I won't be at ease. Chu Yang looked at the two brothers, shouting and shouting. His eyes were full of smiles. However, after an entire afternoon, behind the smile in Chu Yang's eyes, there was a touch of coldness. Neither of the two brothers was a kind person. Just like their father, they were all evil things. Chu Yang sighed in his heart. He lowered his gaze and looked at his toes. Although he wanted to deal with Chu Failong, he didn't want to eliminate Chu Tinghu and the other Chu clan descendants. After all, they were born from the same roots, so he still needed to observe. Now, the two of them actually sent themselves to him. Chu Yang had only come into contact with them for a little while, but he had already understood the nature of these two people. Their contempt and rejection, their obvious gloating, and their viciousness to kill Chu Yang had all been seen by Chu Yang. When they occasionally turned their heads, the coldness in their eyes was like that of a venomous snake. All of this made Chu Yang's killing intent sore. I haven't had time to deal with you, but you've already taken the initiative. Chu Yang sneered in his heart. You want to snatch my fruits of labor? Just based on the two of you? Even Diwu Qingru and Mo Tianji couldn't take advantage of me. You two are still wet behind the ears, and you actually want to take advantage of me. You're really tired of living. Damn it, I'm too soft now. Everyone wants to step on me. Wait and see. You don't treat me as your elder brother, and I don't want you to be my younger brother. If you behave atrociously, I'll drink with you. Chu Tinghu and Chu Tingjiao were very excited. 5%. Although it was only 5%, the two of them knew how terrifying the profits of this purple crystals Huichun Hall were. 8,000 a month. 10% would be 800. 5% would be 400. How much was 400 purple crystals? The two of them had never seen so many purple crystals in their lives. Elder brother, our medical center has been open for a month. Let me sort out the previous accounts and income, Chu Tingjiao said with a smile. Greed was already revealed in his eyes. The previous accounts and income were 8,000 purple crystals. Chu Yang smiled and said, Oh, my cute younger brother, the clan only said, From today onwards, this medical center will return to the clan. What does this mean from today onwards? Do you understand? Chu Tenghu interrupted with a smile. Elder brother, but it used to be the property of the Chu clan. Moreover, I'm now the shopkeeper here. What he meant was, you don't listen to me. I'll punish you for disobeying my orders. That was already a faint threat. Chu Yang smiled amiably and said, "What you said is very reasonable. Since that's the case, you can go and find fourth uncle." All the purple crystals are in his hands. He sighed and confided in them, "Younger brothers, this is the only bad thing about being juniors. We should just put in some effort. How can we have the purple crystals? Otherwise, do you really think that fourth uncle is here every day to play?" Chu Fian was full of anger now. Sending someone to let him vent his anger seemed to be an act of filial piety. Chu Tinghu and Chu Tingjiao looked at each other. What Chu Yang said was reasonable, but who dared to ask for the purple crystals in fourth uncle's hands? Chu Yang had already shouted, "Fourth uncle! Fourth uncle, are you here?" Chu Fian rushed in, fuming with anger. "Why are you howling?" Chu Yang said apologetically, "Tinghu and Tingjiao want to check the previous accounts and income. Please take out the purple crystals. After all, a month has passed. Everyone should have a share of the profits." Chu Fian said angrily, "You want purple crystals? Bullshit. You don't even have a single piece." Chu Yang advised, "Fourth uncle, we're all one family. After all, this is the clan's property." Chu Fian fumed with anger. "If you want to make use of me, just say so. Damn it, the purple crystals Huichun Hall has earned tens of thousands of purple crystals. But there's not even a single piece of purple crystal in my hands. I don't even know if those purple crystals grew wings and flew away on their own. You actually want them to ask for it for me?" Chu Fian was about to explode. Chu Yang sighed and said sincerely, "Fourth uncle, I've heard that you've endured humiliation for the sake of the big picture. You have walked through the south and north, stretched out your legs in the pile of corpses. You've killed people, smacked your lips, and drank water behind the latrine. What kind of person are you? You've even passed through the lower 3 heavens. Just take out the purple crystals. Everything is for the clan." The king of hell, Chu, emphasized the words lower 3 heavens a little. Chu Fian was instantly angered. He snorted and looked at Chu Tinghu and Chu Tingjiao. Suddenly he grinned. "Both of you, come with me if you want purple crystals." You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.